Oh, welcome everybody. Welcome to another episode to our podcast. But most importantly, I want you to tune in for my list. The TDJ BUM15. Everything is all ready right here. See? Right there. You see? The list I've been coming up with. Everybody's been asking me about when it's coming out. And today I'm going to present it. I'm going to present all the people in the business that I think are absolute bums. From the wrestlers to some of the commentators to any of the employees, anybody that's in the scene. I'm going to, when it comes to the list, I hope everybody gets to enjoy it.
Hello, this is RJ City, and I am ethically opposed to any more wrestling podcasts. I don't know why you guys are talking about wrestling. It is a niche product. It is a very small industry. Yet, at this point, there's more wrestling podcasts than there are wrestlers. There is something wrong with society as a whole, but as you get smaller and smaller into wrestling, and then the wrestling podcast sphere, it gets even worse. And one such example, if I may turn on the microscope and look at the drudgery that happens to be Tru Heel Heat, SP3, Sid, this is your fault.
Hello. It is me, your Tru Heel Phenom, SP3, and we are live on the Tru Heel Heat YouTube and Facebook for Tru Heel Heat 367 Tribal Best Chief in the world, discussing the latest wrestling news, including Roman Reigns and CM Punk burying Cody Rhodes and Drew McIntyre after Roman's Rumble win as they made WrestleMania 42 official, plus some details behind the WrestleMania plans heading into this April's big show. We got a recap of this week in wrestling with WWE Royal Rumble 2026 featuring Roman and Liv Morgan winning the Rumble matches. Raw on Netflix featuring Roman and CM Punk's epic promo exchange. SmackDown featuring Cody and Drew responding to Roman and Punk. And NXT featuring Joe Hendry becoming NXT champion. You also had Evolve, AAA on Fox, TNA Thursday Night Impact. Then on the AEW side, you had Collision featuring Tommaso Ciampa becoming TNT champion. Dynamite featuring Brody King squashing MJF. ROH and MPX Global Wars, GCW Superpower Slam, MLW Battle Riot 8, NJPW finished up their Road to New Beginning tour, as well as this week in CMLL, and we'll have final predictions for next Wednesday's big show in Japan, NJPW The New Beginning in Osaka, and of course, the BUM15. And of course, to give you the BUM15, to talk about all the latest news going on in the wrestling world, he had a 1-week hiatus and he's come back and he has completely transformed himself into Maxwell Jacob Freeman. He is the Tru Draw. Josh, how are you feeling?
I would say that intro is actually pretty impressive by you. You know, there's a lot of things that happen in wrestling, and you didn't rush like Excalibur. So, a lot of props to you on that.
I had to pronounce things. Excalibur says it all in one breath. I took breaths. You gotta practice your breathing, Excalibur. It's kind of ridiculous. That's why I enjoyed this week's Dynamite when they did the Collision Open with the promos. I was like, Jimmy was like, he didn't like it, and then I was like, well, it's better than Excalibur saying all the matches in one breath. And he was like, you know what? You got me there.
Something different. You gotta do something different.
Absolutely. But we got a jam-packed show for you to enjoy this week. We appreciate y'all if you are joining us live. Appreciate y'all if you're watching us on demand. Remember to show your appreciation back the simplest way possible. You could drop a thumbs up on this video. That helps out the YouTube algorithm. You can also share this video with all your wrestling fans, friends on all your favorite social media platforms. If you are new to the Tru Heel Heat YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell to stay notified for all the great content here. You can also sound off in the live chat. We love to interact with all of you guys. Hear your thoughts on this week in pro wrestling. It was a busy week. We had our pre-show basically for the Royal Rumble. I got a lot of praise from Miss Krssi Luv on how compact that episode last week was. I finished in 3 hours and 30 minutes flat. I gave Krssi and myself at least 20 minutes to get ready for the Royal Rumble. I was very proud of myself for getting it all in. And we didn't have our producer as well. So I had to do everything. Picture uploads and run the show. And we had Alex and Sat on the show as well. I'm very proud of myself for last week's show. So if you haven't already, go back and watch last week's show as well. And of course, you can hit the subscribe button, hit the bell to stay notified for all the great content here. You could share this video and of course, sound off in the comments down below. If you're watching us on demand, we always appreciate y'all continuing the conversation, giving us your thoughts on the week that was in pro wrestling. And we're talking about pretty much everything from pro wrestling today. The only thing we're going to leave for next week is the Stardom This Morning show. I've heard great things about it. I just wasn't able to watch it, but we will talk about that along with New Japan, The New Beginning in Osaka next week's show. But we're talking NJPW, we're talking AEW, we're talking WWE, we're going to talk some CMLL, some MLW, some GCW, some AAA on this show today. So sound off in the live chat. We love to interact with all of you guys, hear your thoughts on the week that was in pro wrestling. And of course, if you're feeling generous, you want to give back to what we do here, you want to show your support to the Tru Heel Heat YouTube channel, you could do so with a super chat donation. Any dollar amount matters. It goes back to the contributors that you see on screen with us here, and we always appreciate the support. Our goal for today, we're going to do another Q&A session pretty soon. We're going to be doing a post show for today's show because we did hit our super chat goal on last week's show, and we are going to give you a special one. We talked about it before we went live. We're giving you the BUM15 behind the scenes, the making of. You remember all the classic shows on MTV. One of my favorites was the making of the video. You're going to get the making making of the BUM15 with TDJ himself, Tru Draw Josh. Can't wait for the post show. So if you are a member of the channel, it's great for you to be a part of the live stream. We're going to stream that for our members only after today's show. But of course, you can become a member by hitting the join button. And just for $1 a month, you get in-chat perks. You get to be involved in our live streams that we do exclusively for the members, like our post shows. So it's a great time to become a member. And we got a super chat donation to start us off strong from our main man, Chuck Berries. Thank you so much, Chuck Berries, for the support. He sends a super chat donation saying, "Good morning, THH fam. Best wishes to Big E, who made his wrestling retirement official this week. And I'm very much so looking forward to Tru Draw Josh's BUM15 reveal. Guess what? You just made the list." Laughing emojis.
Hey, man. Hey, there might be 15 bumps. Hey, but this is a better list than the other list that's been coming out in the news. So that's all I will say to that.
I'm not even sure which one. Oh. It was like it hit me. It hit me like the light bulb, like, oh, that list.
Yeah, that list we can't talk about.
Much better. It just rhymes with Betfiend Kyles. Betfiend Kyles. Betfiend Kyles. Much better list. Much better list. For sure. We also got Chuck Berries, who adds, by the way, thoughts, prayers, and condolences to Lil Jon, who tragically lost his son. Yeah, that's heartbreaking. Lot of stuff we got to send condolences to. I know Daphne LaShawn from WWE. She lost like 4 people close to her in a house fire. That was really sad, and she just got over she's one of the referees, the African American referee, female referee for WWE, and she lost like 4 people in a house fire. So thoughts and condolences to her as well. Yeah, that's tragic with Lil Jon losing his son. And, he's always a person that especially in the 2000s, we relied on to make us laugh and put a smile on our faces. So hopefully he could get some, peace. It's going to take some time because you have to grieve these type of losses, especially a son.
Yeah, his son was 20, he had his whole life ahead of him. And I think that's always the toughest part about, when you not only losing a child, but, a lot of the adults will tell you like they're supposed to go first. Like, usually it's the parents, that's how life.
It's unnatural for a parent to lose their child. The child, it's the process of life is the parent is older. You should be losing them and be able to deal with that than losing your kid. That's just the worst loss you could possibly have.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, like I hope he finds a way to grieve and deal with it the best way that he can. Because like you said, Lil Jon, in the the mid 2000s, and he was up there, like, we might have been like one of those, like, we always imitated him, with the what, yeah, but he was a big part of music history, within that time. So, I hope he finds peace.
Yeah, most definitely. We got our main man, Bloody Money, who's giving us the updates on the Stardom show. He says, "Good morning, SP3, Josh, and Krssi. Today's Stardom show did an event called Stardom Supreme Fight in Osaka. All 3 title matches retained. Maki Ito wins her singles debut, and Micah's group, Nexus V, disbanded." So a couple of updates there. We got Chuck Berries, who says, "BUM15, I'm ready, let's fucking go." Indeed. We also got Bloody Money, who adds, "Does Roman Reigns make a comment about make Roman look strong related to Punk podcast with Colt Cabana? Is it related to Roman Reigns booking back at 2015 through 2020? Watch the promo, man. Yes, he definitely made a reference to that. He definitely made a comment about the comments that made his life harder. I got to hear a different perspective from Kate from Fightful because I did the SmackDown post show last night, and she was like, "Yeah, he made your life so hard, Roman. You've just main evented 12 WrestleManias." So I was like, fair criticism to the.
It's fair. I to be honest, neither side is really that wrong. To be honest with you, Kate is actually right. But with Roman, it was the perception. Remember, his perception took a big hit because of that.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, no, she understood
yeah.
where I was coming from, where I was like, he said you made my life harder, and he did, because I went back when we did Rated Raw review this week, and I was like, November 2014, the podcast comes out. Pre-November 2014, his babyface run after the Shield breakup was going fine. It was going fine. People were still cheering for him. They were still on the bandwagon. After that, that podcast comes out when he's taking a break because he had to be removed from the Night of Champions 2014 card when he was supposed to face Seth Rollins one-on-one. I think it's due to maybe something leukemia related or some health issue that he had out.
I think it was an appendix. I think it was
appendix. Yeah. I was like, it was something health wise that he was out of action for like 2 months, and then he comes back at TLC 2014 and he gets booed. Like it's just how it worked out. How the timeline works out is that he came back after the podcast came out, and that's the first instant that he got booed, and that led into Royal Rumble 2015, where everybody thinks that's where the booing started. No, it literally starts right after the podcast.
It was like settled, and then the basically where basically kind of just blew the lid was the Royal Rumble. But people do forget that the podcast was the thing, because remember that podcast, not only that happened, there's a lot of other things that happened. There was a lot of legal issues, a lot of lawsuits, a lot of bad things that end up happening. So that podcast alone was a combination of a lot of things. But for Roman, it was the perception, and Roman, Roman was just doing his part. If they were like, "Hey, we're gonna make you the next guy," what Roman's gonna say? No, absolutely not.
I don't want that.
Like, absolutely not. And like that's a thing. People might want to ignore it, but that was a thing. When you hear people say, "Oh, you wanted to make Roman look strong," that was from the podcast. Some people actually did not know that.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know that. So there's a lot of things that people don't know. And, we got follow-up in the chat bringing this up. Yeah, it is Cody Devontae Rhodes. The Cody Raheem memes, it got to his head, apparently. And he said it during Black History Month. It was like I said it on the post show last night on Fightful. I was like, initially I was like, oh, that was a good line. That's probably the best part of the promo because that's the part I'm gonna remember the most. And I laughed a bit, and then I thought about it. I was like, yeah, wrong month, wrong company. I was like, if this company had acknowledged that it is Black History Month, maybe I'd be a little bit more forgiving of the line. But the fact that it's this company and you just made a reference to you being black, and a lot of fans, it's another thing that a lot of fans don't know. The Cody Raheem memes is not a point of endearment. It's not, oh, Cody gets a plate at the cookout. Oh, Cody's married to the black woman. It's not something like that. That's not how it started. It started because he cut one of the most objectively horrible promos in AEW history, saying that he was saving racism because he had an interracial child.
And his career too. It was like one of the worst promos and it's not even because of like how he delivered it. It was over the top, and then it was what he said that made it over the top. That just made it all bad. It made it completely bad, and I just didn't understand at that time where he was going with that. And obviously everybody just made fun of him after that. So for him to like do what he did last night, I'm not gonna lie. When I first heard it, I went like this. I went, "Oh no, fuck! Like why? Like why?" Like, and I don't know. People were laughing. People were like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "Oh no, it was pretty cringe. It was pretty cringe." And I'm a Cody fan, and that was very cringe.
Very, very freaking Jimmy Backer saying Cody Diddy Rhodes. I was like,
Damn.
you know what? I was like, damn, that's low. And then I was like, you know what? No, you're kind of right. Anyway, we got a super chat donation from Volub. Thank you so much, Volub, for the support. He says viewers have been invited to the bum mitzvah. Hopefully, no one is offended by this pun.
I'm not gonna lie, I popped when I saw that. I read it. I was like, oh damn, I want to laugh so bad when you were like doing the intro. I was like, oh shit.
And we got a new member of the channel as well to start us off hot today. Aya Bovel is a new member of the channel. Thank you so much for becoming a member of the Tru Heel Heat YouTube channel. We got some great stuff for you to enjoy, some exclusive content that we have up for members. The whole first season of Goat Match series, as well as the start of the second season, is up right now for members of the channel. So once you're done here, once you're done with the post show after the show, you can check out a lot of that stuff with me and Jimmy Macaron watching the greatest matches of all time. We'll have the Benoit and Angle watch. That's going to be up on Patreon today, and then it will be up for the members of the channel next week for you to enjoy as well. But without further ado, we still got the ladies coming through for today. I pronounced it. Thank you. I try my best. This is a spoiler alert for you. You might be new to the channel. I'm really bad at pronouncing names, so I'm proud of myself. I'm really proud of myself that I pronounced your name right. Thank you for letting me know that I did. Praise me. Yes. We're gonna start off hot. Yes. Well, everybody, welcome to the channel, to the fam. He is now a part of the fam. They are a part of the fam now. So let's start it off. We had the ladies coming through it a bit, but let's start it off. We're gonna break it down, guys. You're gonna get the BUM15 throughout the show. So to start the show, we're gonna start with 15 through 11. Is that correct, Josh?
Oh, that's correct. Yep.
All right, we're starting with 15 through 11 for the BUM15. After we're done with the WWE verse, we will give you 10 through 6. And then when we're done with everything from what we missed, we're going to give you the top 5 bums in pro wrestling today. So here we go, guys. Get ready. Send those super chat donations. Keep coming through in the chat. We want to hear your reactions. Let's start off with the TDJ BUM15.
All right. So for the I want to say number 15. This is somebody that I've actually had for a while, and then a certain series came out that actually convinced me, like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna keep him on this list because, man, he not only he was a bum, but he was a complete idiot on the show. And just wanted to make that clear. Number 15, I got Road Dogg.
This is a valid bum. He is not good at his job. And he is the fact that one of the a lot of people said he was emotional when he was like talking about dealing with addiction, and I know how tough that can be. I've had people in my family that's dealt with addiction, but the fact that he says I don't remember any of my greatest moments because I was under the influence, it made me go. I never condone going back onto the addiction, but maybe it'll help. But anyway, go ahead, continue. Hall of Fame bum, yes, Louis.
I mean, you may be right, but that's a different story for another day.
Different story, guys.
Now, so at number 14, right? This is somebody that, he was in AEW for a while, and he ended up leaving, and he started spreading some lies. He started spreading some weird tweets that I was like, do you know what you're writing? And then also, his wife left him. So he deserves that, in my opinion. So number 14 is Jake Hager. his wife left him for CT. From from the challenge.
From the challenge. I didn't know.
Not only
we were gonna
that,
hear Jake
nobody
Hager's
wanted him.
name today.
Nobody wanted him so bad that he retired from wrestling for a reason. That's how much of a bum he is.
That's quite the bum. Quite the bum.
Yo, everybody in the chat. Yo, it's mad funny. Yo, everybody.
CT.
It's true.
CT
Yeah.
be carrying around his wife like he carried around bananas on his back.
Oh. Probably doing a better job than what this man did because she left him. So props to CT. He's an absolute legend for a reason.
The GOAT of the challenge. The GOAT of the challenge. Argue with your mama if you think it's bananas. I'll just show you the bananas backpack. Go ahead.
All right.
Number 13.
All right. So number 13. There might be some people that might disagree with this choice, and I understand. This person I could never get into. Every time I watch this person, I'm just like, why is he in wrestling? He's a nice guy. Don't get me wrong. He's an absolute nice guy. I just don't understand why he's wrestling. I don't see the appeal. Some people do. Number 13, Ghost of Cheeseburger.
Oh, come on. Come on.
He's a bum. He is a bum. He is a bum. Well, when was the last time he won a match?
He wins on the indies all the time. He's a good technical wrestler. I am my old school ROH mark. This is the first bum that I am not agreeing with. I am not agreeing. I'm not approving this bum.
When a tree falls in the forest, does anybody hear it? That's all I got to say about that. Number 12. I told you a lot of people weren't gonna agree with it. So hey, that's great. I love it. You don't approve? I absolutely love it because this is my list. This is my list for a reason.
He's like, this is my list. This isn't your list. This is my list.
So it's wonderful. I love it already. Damn, we only did 3. Damn. So
we only did 3. We already got problems. Louisville says if it looks like a bum, it smells like a bum, it might be a bum. That is the second best comment so far. The first best is King Greg, who said she left CTE for CT.
Oh shit. Damn. Yo, you see, I didn't even think about that comment. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that took me out. Damn. Oh shit. No, so at number 12. Damn, yo, this shit is so entertaining. Yo, damn. Fuck.
This is number 12. We still got 2 more in this round.
Yo, all right, so number 12, I had this person higher, but I decided to bring it back a little bit because he's an on-screen character, but on screen I just think he's more incompetent than like a bum. But I'm still gonna put him as a bum because I've been wanting this dude fired for a while. SP3 knows. I've been calling it for like 3 years. Fire this man because he sucks at his job. Number 12 goes to Adam Pearce. Man is inconsistent.
This is another one I don't agree with. He's been awesome as of late.
He's an idiot, and he's inconsistent. He should have been fired yesterday. That's how bad it's been. He needs to be fired. I'm sick of that man. Did we forget what he did to Drew? Drew threw a little elbow. Oh, you're suspended. You're suspended, Drew.
You got me. You see, you made valid point. You got me there. You got me.
See, there. Remember that? And then Bronson Reed. What did Bronson Reed do? He said that's a fine. I'm just gonna give you a fine. Oh no, but him killing Seth Rollins. Oh no, that's okay. Him killing R-Truth. Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. right? But Drew throws a little elbow. Oh no, that you're suspended. You don't get paid. All right. Right. And then we've been seeing what's been going on. We've been seeing the bullshit that's been going on with him lately. You know,
he was wild. He was wild on Monday Night Raw. Yo, he was trolling Bron Breakker. He was trying to trigger Bron Breakker, made Bron Breakker trip over himself.
I mean, Adam was making me laugh. I gotta admit, on Monday, that probably saved him another week. But still,
that got him lower. That got him to number 12. He was up on like in the top 10, and then it got him down to 12.
Yep. And then now to complete the first round, number 11. This person, this one people might disagree with for the wrong reasons. I know a lot of you gooners might disagree with this one. You know, I never thought this person's never been good, and she's still not good. You know, she's been so bad that she got demoted from the minor leagues to like back in high school or something. And number 11 goes to the first female on the list, Nikita Lyons.
No, we're not doing this to MAGA Lions. We're not doing this to Thicky Bella. To the nature
MAGA Lions. You see, that convinces me more. That convinces me more. That's just why she's on the list. You said MAGA. Look at that.
We are not doing this to MAGA the Stallion. We are not doing this to the American Cream, Busty Rhodes.
I'm just saying. How do you get demoted? How are you in NXT and you get demoted? How do you get demoted? That's like going from AAA to going back to like college. Like, how does that happen? Like, how? I'm just saying.
Rude. So rude. Flex Cougar? Flex Cougar, you're doing this too? How dare you? The Ultimo Wagon? How dare you?
So let me ask you this. What's been your favorite Nikita Lyons match?
When she dances, when she twerks out of the screen, when she's doing a backstage segment on Evolve.
I love how I asked you that. You said, "Oh, I love when she does this." So, when her finisher used to be that don't drop that bumper up. Don't drop that bumper up. Yo, that was a great answer though. Because it's like how you gave like an answer, non-answer at the same time.
This is rude. She doesn't suck. She's not good, but she doesn't suck. She has some value.
I mean, she's still employed. I guess that's the ceiling.
Hey, you guys gotta understand. There's a whole bit. See, Valub and a couple other people in the chat understand that they've seen me on In the Weeds, where I developed an affection for Nikita Lyons because it was just funny to come up with different names to call her. It's just hilarious. Kind of hilarious. Hey, I'm not lying. I get some enjoyability out of her. There's stuff enjoyable, not her wrestling, before the bell rings.
Oh shit, man. And that was just the first round. Oh my god.
That was just the first round, folks. So stay tuned. We'll have round 2 of the TDJ BUM15 coming up shortly. But before we get into what we missed, we, of course, got the Tru Heel roll call, our top 3 conversation starters over on our Tru Heels group page, our Tru Heel Trinity. We got Jermaine Packman, we got Joe Bellini, and we got Stewie John Palmer. Our Patreon backers, you got Volop, you got Negro Buckdick Jackson, who's in the chat. Good to see you. Volop is in the chat as well. Professor Chris, Trey, Robert, Steve, Ladarius, John Martin, Dolores, James, Allen, Santo, Justin Ridge, and Chuck Berries, who's also in the chat. Thank you so much for supporting us over at patreon.com/Tru Heel Heat. $3 a month gets you exclusive content. You get first run content over there. Usually that comes up for our members of the channel as well. So we always appreciate the support over there. let's get into what we missed because we got a lot to talk about, a lot of big shows from this past week. But we are starting with last Saturday, the show we gave our predictions for, the WWE Royal Rumble 2026 event. The show featured Liv Morgan winning the Women's Royal Rumble matchup after last eliminating Tiffany Stratton, the returning Tiffany Stratton. The match also featured various NXT stars like Sol Ruka, who made it to the final three, JC Jane, the NXT Women's Champion, Kalani Jordan, Lola Vice, but also the return of Brie Bella, or as I like to call her, who got one of the biggest pops of the entire event. It came down to Liv Morgan, the returning Tiffany Stratton, and NXT's Sol Ruka. And in the end, it was Liv who finally, after appearing in every single Women's Royal Rumble to date, she finally won the big one and punched her ticket for WrestleMania 42. But in the match of the night, it was Gunther who defeated AJ Styles in an absolutely superb encounter to officially retire Styles from WWE. Post-match, Styles looked like he was going to take his gloves off, but he decided to keep them on, pose for the crowd, in a sign that it might not be over just yet, or is it? We'll talk more about that in a bit. Drew McIntyre beat Sami Zayn to retain the undisputed WWE Championship. This was a match that was decent enough, but a lot of people were disappointed by it. But not as much as they were disappointed by the men's Royal Rumble matchup, which had a good start. He kicked off with the debuting Oba Femi, who got a big pop from the fans in Saudi Arabia, and Bron Breakker was named number 2 in the matchup, but Breakker never even made it to the ring without being attacked, because he was attacked by another masked man, another masked hooded man, Triple H with his innovative creative. We've never seen that before. This caused Breakker to be eliminated in 10 seconds. As he was the first person eliminated by Oba Femi, who went on to eliminate 4 more men, 5 eliminations in total, tied for the most in the matchup. The match also featured the returns of Chad Gable as the original El Grande Americano, who eliminated the other El Grande Americano. You also had L.A. Knight, who eliminated Bronson Reed and Austin Theory of the Vision, as well as the debut of the former Powerhouse Hobbs, now known as Royce Keys, who eliminated former World Heavyweight Champion Damian Priest. Elsewhere, Brock Lesnar was the man who finally eliminated Oba Femi from the Rumble, while Cody Rhodes and LA Knight eliminated Brock during Jey Uso's entrance. Yeah, that was what? Before Rhodes was eliminated by undisputed WWE champion Drew McIntyre, who was not in the matchup. Finally, number 26 was Roman Reigns, who eliminated both of his cousins, Jey Uso and Jacob Fatu, and then last eliminated number 30, Gunther, to win his second Royal Rumble matchup. The fans definitely popped a lot more than they did back in 2015, as Roman is heading to WrestleMania 42. We now know he will be going up against CM Punk at that event. But Josh, you came towards the tail end of our review of the show. Shout outs to Wendy, who did an excellent job joining us for the review, along with John Escudero. But what was your overall thoughts on WWE Royal Rumble 2026?
I thought it was a mid show. I was fine with the winners. I was fine with Liv winning. I was fine with Roman winning. Those are actually 2 that I had winning. But besides that, I thought, Gunther and AJ was great. That was a great match. That was match of the night easily. And even on the weekend, there's between 2 matches. For me, it was 1A and 1B. When we get to the other match, I'll say the other match. But But I mean, overall, yeah, I this wasn't really that great of a Rumble, and it's like I'm trying to even think. I'm like, did I enjoy last year's better than this year? I think I did. Um, because even the visuals, like on that crowd, whoever designed that, I mean, they built that in 20 days. And that was insane. But the designs of the lights, I thought was kind of a dumb choice because the crowd just looked empty.
Yeah.
And because it looked empty because of the lights, everything was so glared that it looked like they were in patches. So it just looked like nobody was there. That was a design flaw in my opinion because I thought that was a sore eye, at least for me watching it. Cause I was just like, man, like this shit looks empty, But besides that, the women's match I thought kind of fell into the same problems they've usually had. Overall, the men's match I thought it was fine in the beginning. Like I thought it was fine. I liked the way they were using Oba and he was just eliminating everybody. The Bron Breakker stuff, I was just like, for me, it was kind of mixed because I was just like, damn, they just said fuck everything, fuck creative, just throw this man out in 10 seconds. I thought it was a little weird, but then on the upside, it was like, oh, at least it was Oba that eliminated him, and then damn, that's just mad loud. but then I thought it felt for me, the match fell off a cliff when Brock Lesnar came in. It felt like something was off, like the dynamic. I don't know what it was. Maybe after he eliminated Oba himself, there was something. Once he came in, it felt weird. I don't know what it was. I don't know. It was the energy. I know people were turned off about certain things Brock was doing. A lot of talent were turned off about a certain spot that Brock was a part of. And then we kind of got the result we did. But then Roman winning, I was happy Roman won. I thought it was the right choice. Regardless of what people want to say, hey, they should have pushed somebody new. I understand that. And I thought maybe Bron would have had it, but, creatives change. You go with who you could go with. And I thought Roman was the best choice. Like, if you were going to go with Bron, I thought Roman was, like, the best choice when it comes to that. You saw the crowd reacted, when it came to that, and like I've said before, Roman is still that guy in the company. He's the number one guy in the company, and he won. I'm fine with it. People be upset about that. I don't, it is what it is. I like the fact he won.
You're not gonna hear no complaints from me because this was part of the greatest 4-day run of any wrestler of all time. I don't think we've ever seen a run like this. Like when Stone Cold Steve Austin crapped on WWE Creative in 2002, like a week later he took his ball and he went home, as they quote unquote said about him. When Hulk Hogan has said anything about Creative, it's always been during his times off. This dude, Roman Reigns, crapped all over Triple H and WWE's Creative on Friday, won the Raw Rumble on Saturday, took a day off, then headed to Philly, and then crapped on SmackDown, Drew McIntyre, the WWE title, and Cody Rhodes, all in one fell swoop. Made the World Heavyweight Championship the night 2 main event of WrestleMania, put over CM Punk. Oh, I'm just so happy. I've been shooting in the Roman gym for so long. It's so happy to see that he has officially ascended to the GOAT status. Because you have to be a GOAT for basically Triple H to be basically Triple H with his booking said, Roman, the big dog, Roman. He's so strong.
Damn. I remember that song too.
So good. Puts a smile on my face. Roman Reigns has Triple H's balls in his tribal drawer.
I mean, hey, it's not only he did that, but we ended up getting a great promo too. So I mean, it's a win-win for me.
Exactly.
And I mean, it's like I said before. It's like when it comes to the Rumble, I don't care about like when it comes to the Rumble itself. Like I prefer them to go with a winner that if it's gonna do something like at Mania, I prefer that. So if it's like a predictable winner, sure, I don't care about that. At least we'll get like some kind of like storyline going into Mania. But I just don't like the fact like when it came to like last year, it was like, oh, let's do this for clicks, let's do this for views, and you put Jey Uso, and then look what happened with Jey Uso. So I'm glad they stuck with Roman. When it came to the winner, and then Liv. I've had her winning for a while. I was like, once she came back, I was like, yeah, she's probably gonna win. They're probably gonna find a way to either have her win there or in Chamber, but she was gonna be in the title picture some way, somehow, and I was fine with that. I was fine with that. But there was a lot of people who were not happy with the Rumble match itself. Like they were fine with the winner, but they were not happy with how it transpired. And it was just like, usually sometimes the women are the best parts of the shows, but I kind of see a pattern with WWE, like when it comes to like multi-women matches, where it's like I feel like when you have like a smaller dose of the women, you better you showcase them better. But if for some reason when you do these kind of matches like Rumbles or Chamber or like even War Games, there's always something that seems like off when it comes to like the women. And this was kind of no different. And it was just like, I feel bad for them just because like, they're already up in an uphill battle going to Saudi, and then, the wearing what they have to wear because they can't, do other things. So it was already like an uphill battle, certain things being there. But like, I wish it would have been better. I wish that Rumble would have been better. And it's like, it sucks, but it is what it is.
Yeah, like, and Dave Meltzer is no one to go off of, but he seemed to like the Rumbles a whole lot more than I did. He gave the women's Rumble 3.5 stars. He gave the men's Rumble 3.25 stars. I would have gave the men's Rumble 3.5 stars, but I would have gave the women's Rumble 3 stars. Because I felt like both Rumbles were a Rumble of two halves. Like the first half of the women's Rumble was kind of boring, and I'm saying that as one of the biggest Becky Lynch fans. I thought the usage of Becky was underwhelming. She's one of your biggest stars, and to have Natty eliminate her, I was like, and she didn't really do anything of note in the time that she was in there, so that didn't make sense. A lot of the earlier, outside of like Sol Ruka, who had a couple of unique near escapes from getting eliminated. Like Lola Vice, she had that one run when she came into the matchup, and then I could barely remember anything else that she did throughout the entire matchup. Same thing with JC Jane. When she came in, she had a nice little run of moves, and then I barely remember what she did until she got soul snatched by Sol Ruka. And then Kalani Jordan, same thing. She comes in, does a Phoenix Splash, and then you don't see her until she gets eliminated by JC Jane. And that's the problem with the Rumble nowadays. It's a lot of, oh, we're going to let this person come in. They're going to go on a nice run, but then that's it. We're going to keep them in the corner until it's time for them to get eliminated. That's what was happening in both Rumbles. Both Rumbles had a lot of that, but I thought that the women's had a stronger finish to the matchup. Once that song hit, the Rumble was actually really good. The only problem is number 30 came out, and literally almost half the field was still in the ring. Like when they said no more people are coming out, but we still have 14 people active in the matchup. I was like, that's a badly booked Rumble. That's a badly booked Rumble in general.
Yo, but it's crazy that you just mentioned that. That happened last year too, right? Like there was a period where there was like 16 women, there was like 14, 15, 16 women.
That's where they did that horrible spot where like 8 people got eliminated at the same time.
Yeah, and that they kind of fall into the same pattern. I'm just like, I don't know if this is a thing that they feel like, oh yeah, if it's better for the women. I don't know what it was, but I'm like, for me, it's like when you make the same mistake back-to-back years, it's like, who's responsible for this? Like, is it the same person that's doing this, that's putting this together? Because I'm like, how do you make the same kind of like error? Because to me, that's an error. When you have too many people and then it's like that, it's very clunky like that. To me, that just seems like it's an error. The men's match, it's always a little bit like last year. I thought it was better pace when it came to that, because
the men's rumble last year was much better than the women's rumble this year, the women's rumble last year, and the men's rumble this year.
Yeah, because even when you're seeing the stats, but I do like that thing that they started last year with the stats. Like, I do like that. Because even last year when you were seeing the stats, it was like, 14 men eliminated, 6 men in the ring. Like, that's a better balance, because I was like, all right, at least you have, like, you see who's eliminated and you see who's still in the ring. You get it. You see it breathe a little bit. And this year it was just like, I don't know. It was like, I get it. It's a rumble and you're dealing with a lot of people. You're dealing with 30 participants, but you also need, like, you need a way to, like, kind of like make it breathe, space it out. You know, and like you said, that there was points where people were having, like, their moments, but then it was like, that's it. And then you kind of just forgot when they got eliminated. Like, you know, you know,
like I said, I thought that the women's rumble, they had a good finish to the matchup. Like, they put the spotlight on Lash Legend and Sol Ruka were really like the MVPs of the matchup outside of Liv getting the win in the matchup, and Brie Bella for getting the biggest pop of the show as well in the Bellas reunion and stuff like that. Those are like the most notable moments from that matchup. And then the men's rumble, they had a good start to the matchup. I thought, like, Oba Femi dominating early on, that gave you a nice little hook. They had several different kind of surprises, or new people came out with the original El Grande Americano and El Grande having a moment. Trick Williams coming out to that big ovation and having that moment in the ring with Javon and Oba. That was cool as well. Royce Keys actually got a pop. I saw people in our chat during the review saying, oh, what about that reaction for Royce Keys? I was like, I've watched it back now. He got a pop when it said Powerhouse Hobbs on the screen, because guess what? Saudi Arabia does not have AEW on television. But for anyone who is unaware of the internet exists in Saudi Arabia. Oh my God.
It was kind of funny.
You know what, like, AEW is. Oh, wow.
It was funny because John Escudero in the review, he was kind of right, where he was like, they saw that name, Powerhouse Hobbs, they popped, and then they saw Royce Keys, and they're like, who the fuck is this motherfucker? Like, and it did come off like that too. It did come off like that. But I was happy for him, you know, like I've said before, you know. And then also, if people want to talk shit and want to be a tribalist, look at the AEW talent. They were cheering for that man. Like, when he came out, you saw all those tweets, you saw all that praise. Like, you know, people are legit happy for him. His own colleagues are happy for him. Fans are happy for him. You know, so it was a nice, you know, it was a nice thing to see him. And you know, as far as what they do with him going forward, you know, he's on SmackDown, so at least he's not on NXT. So you know, that's a good start for him. But I'm you know, I'm happy for the dude. You know, he's worked hard. Especially from where he started at AEW, you know, he was just coming in to get bookings because of the pandemic, you know, and then he worked his way up. So it was a nice moment. But I like the thing they did, Powerhouse Hobbs and then Royce Keys. Like, I personally like that. I thought that was pretty cool. You know, they did that because it was like, oh yeah, you know, we want you to be, you know, this is familiar face, but you know what? This is our guy now. Like, I like that shit.
Yeah, it was cool. Like I said, the first half of the Rumble was nice to see, like, the new stars getting the spotlight. Once Brock came out, I was underwhelmed by his interaction with Oba Femi. Then he eliminates Oba Femi. Praise be Brock Lesnar, the destroyer of Black History Month. And then he got eliminated during Jey Uso's entrance, which was, oh my God, WWE, how badly are y'all at booking? How badly are you bad at laying out a Royal Rumble? Brock Lesnar, one of the biggest stars in the matchup, gets eliminated during Jey Uso's entrance. Jey Uso's running it back to the point that before he's able to finish the running back, Roman Reigns is already coming out at number 26. Like, oh man. And he looked like such a dork. The guy that won the Royal Rumble last year was a freaking joke. He was R-Truth in this matchup. Like this, and then the clunkiness of the second half of the matchup really kind of broke it apart. Like, it was a tale of two halves of Rumbles in both matches. And that's why I think it underwhelmed. And yeah, you were absolutely right, Josh. AJ and Gunther cleared everything else on this show.
Yeah, absolutely did. And, you know, I like the finish. I like how it ended. And, you know, the speculation with AJ, you know, it leaves a lot of questions. You know, he was about to leave his gloves, and then he's like, fuck that.
We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what he had to say. But first, we got to talk about WrestleMania. Because last weekend, Roman Reigns won the men's Royal Rumble for the second time in his career, last eliminating the Ring General Gunther to earn a world title match at WrestleMania 42. On the following Monday Night Raw, we'll get into that in a bit here, the Tribal Chief picked World Heavyweight Champion CM Punk as his opponent for the show of shows. As of now, per Dave Meltzer, the other main event matchup planned for Mania is Drew McIntyre versus Cody Rhodes, though Jacob Fatu could still be added to the match. However, Roman wasn't allegedly the initial pick to win this year's men's Royal Rumble matchup. In the latest edition of the Wrestling Observer newsletter, Dave Meltzer detailed the creative team's evolving plans for the main event of WrestleMania 42. According to Meltzer, the company had initially planned for Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins and Cody Rhodes versus CM Punk as the top matches for this year's show of shows. However, Rollins' unfortunate shoulder injury at Crown Jewel Perth meant the creative team had to pivot. The plan then was to crown CM Punk as the World Heavyweight Champion, and that then he would have a 3-step program with Bron Breakker, with the Vision member losing the title match on the first Raw of 2026, and then winning the Royal Rumble and finally dethroning Punk as the World Heavyweight Champion at WrestleMania. However, the creative team decided to pivot again after Drew McIntyre and Cody Rhodes pitched the idea of the undisputed WWE Championship changing hands during the 3 Stages of Hell matchup on the January 2nd SmackDown. According to Meltzer, the creative team had plans worked out for Cody versus Roman 3, but Paul Triple H Levesque eventually came around to the idea of Drew dethroning Cody to freshen up things on the road to WrestleMania. Hence, the initial plans of having Breakker win the Royal Rumble were scrapped, with the new choices being either Cody Rhodes or Roman Reigns. I know these are fresh new ideas from Triple H. Thanks, H. The promotion per Meltzer avoided having Cody win the 30-man battle royal and went with Roman Reigns with the idea to build the show around Roman versus Punk until the end of this month, and then Cody earns his title match by winning the Elimination Chamber in Chicago. He further added that Jacob Fatu could still be added to the undisputed WWE title match as well. So this is how everything has broken down. I have a few takeaways from this report here, because this report is just like, oh my God, there's so many things wrong here. Firstly, the original plans probably are more even. It's more even of, you can see a scenario if the WWE was going into this in a perfect world, Seth Rollins doesn't get injured at Crown Jewel, and he's still World Heavyweight Champion probably by this time. And in a perfect world, you have Cody Rhodes versus CM Punk for the WWE Championship, and you have Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight Championship. I really don't know who would main event night 2 in that scenario. Because, yeah, if you say, what's the bigger matchup between those two? I would say definitely it's Cody Rhodes versus CM Punk. But as we've seen in the road to this WrestleMania, in the reality, Roman Reigns is the best politician out of everybody of these top stars. Of these 4 top stars, he's the best politician. And we know Seth Rollins is very good at stating his case as well. I can see a world where Roman and Seth go to Triple H and be like, hey, I know Cody's your guy. I know you and Punk have forgiven each other, but these 2 guys left. We've been building this place for 10, 11, 12 years. We should be the ones who main event night 2 of WrestleMania. How do you expect us to to elevate the World Heavyweight Championship, your main title on your main show on Netflix, Monday Night Raw, if we're not the night 2 main event. I could see in a perfect world Roman and Seth politicking their way to the night 2 main event. And that, I feel like that's WWE in the best possible situation, because they can't go wrong either way. You can't go wrong putting Roman and Seth in the night 2 main event, and you can't go wrong, definitely can't go wrong putting Cody and Punk in the night 2 main event. But because of the Seth Rollins injury, I think that they should have went with their original plan, because another thing that this company needs besides big money matches for WrestleMania is they need a top star under the age of 30. And Bron Breakker was right there for you. And you could have capitalized on the Bron Breakker momentum that he had after the angle where you broke up the vision kind of haphazardly now in retrospect because of what you've done with Bron Breakker since then. But the fact that you said, nah, scrap all of that was cool, but that was a plan before. We're going with this one now. The fact that you've done that to go with Drew McIntyre as WWE champion. And I'm saying this as someone who's a big fan of Drew, who definitely thinks that Drew McIntyre deserved the WWE title run, because how many times was he going to lose a title match? But Drew McIntyre today on February 7, 2026 is 40 years old. The fact that you said, no, bump that, pushing the 27-year-old upstart second generation freak athlete that can be a main eventer today, bump all that and bump crowning him at WrestleMania. We're going to go with the 40-year-old to join our other 40-year-olds in the main events of WrestleMania is laughable. It is laughable to the 10th degree that WWE always does this. Anytime they have a ready-made under 30 top guy, they just say, nah, bump that. We're going with a 40-year-old every single time. It does not matter what generation, does not matter who's in charge of creative. They will always go with the 40-year-old who's a proven commodity over pushing someone new. And then thirdly, the big thing to me, and I know this is probably going to hurt Josh as a Cody fan. Your boy fumbled the bag. But by rejecting the Cody and Roman 3 matchup, yes, no one wanted to see that. And we've established that many times talking about this matchup when the first report came out. So I can understand if Cody has his finger on the post and knows nobody wants to see that. But to me, it's not Cody being like, oh, I'm thinking about the fans. No one wants to see that. This feels like Cody saying, I don't want to lose to Roman. Let's do this instead. And this is either you don't care that you like, and also the report noted that WWE views Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, and CM Punk as the top 3 biggest stars in the company. You literally positioned yourself as number 3 in that big 3. And that's just sad. That's just sad for Cody that he either did not care or felt that entirement or just, I'll get the next one. I'll get the next night 2 main event. You have positioned yourself as number 3 in this big 3 to the umpteenth degree, and it got solidified on Monday with the promo that Punk and Roman had. So what is kind of your takeaways from this report here?
To first respond about what you said about Cody, you know how I view Cody, and I've been viewing him the last, I want to say about a year and a half at this point. You know, obviously, yeah, I'm still a Cody fan. You know, I'm still, I'm always gonna support my guy no matter what. But Cody reminds me of a guy that, like say if you work with somebody, right? You work with a colleague and you like his work ethic, and you like working with him, and then he moves up, right? He gets a promotion, and then he moves up, and then you start seeing the changes, right? And it's a negative change. That's what I've been seeing with Cody. And this was no different when it comes to creative. So it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not disappointed. It's more of like, you see, you fucked up. You see what you did? I think what it is that I think Cody is trying to be too much of an either good guy or nice guy in his mind, when it's like, bro, you're in the wrestling business. Like, this is a business full of egos, and you have an ego, and you just don't want to admit that you have an ego. But that's just a personal thing. That's just more personal when it comes to that. But when in regards to like the creative plans and all this stuff, you know, it's kind of crazy just because like I do feel like the original plan was better. Like you said, it was more even though low key, you know, right now, like I do prefer Roman and Punk. Like I do prefer Roman Reigns versus CM Punk. I've been wanting that for a while. So personally, it's like that's what I've been wanting. So it's kind of like, oh, you know, I kind of got what I wanted. But now when you put Cody versus Drew again, nobody really wants to see that either. That just feels like a fucking, at this point, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it feels like a fucking like a night one opening match. It doesn't even feel like a main event match. It's gotten to that point that that's how I feel about it. I felt like that the moment that promo got cut on Monday. Because it was like, how the fuck can you justify this match being the main event for night one? Like, what the fuck? Like, no. Like, not only they buried these two, but it's like what they said. Was it really wrong with what they said? Was it really wrong?
They weren't wrong. They literally left it up to the fans. And you know, Roman did his usual thing, how he reacts. Remember, he's done this twice before. Remember, what do you guys think? Seth Rollins. Oh, that's right, no pop. And then he did it to last year to Cody. He was like, you know, Cody Rhodes, and Cody Rhodes got booed, and Roman said, interesting. And then on Monday, he says, do you guys want me to face Drew McIntyre? Boo! He's like, so you don't want me to face Drew McIntyre? Boo! So you want me to face CM Punk? CM Punk! Roman reaction to the fans is hilarious to me.
Yeah, and I think that's why for me it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I prefer Punk versus Roman. But then it's like the other title picture, you just screwed it up. Part of it is on Cody because he decided to fuck it up because one, it's possible that he didn't want to lose to Roman, but this is another instance of Cody trying to be a good guy. Hey, let's put the title on Drew McIntyre. Let's give him a chance. Let's do this. Not realizing that you basically just made Drew fucking transitional to lose it back to you. That's how this whole thing comes off. And that's what I don't like about it, and I've been one of the biggest Drew McIntyre supporters for a long ass time, even when he was let go and then he was working in indie scenes. And then that one, the show that I got to meet him at, super nice guy. And then I was so happy that he came back and able to do, even when he won the WWE titles for the first time, I was always happy for that. But you're giving me something like this where it just feels flat. It doesn't feel special. His first title win felt very special. This doesn't feel special because it's kind of like you see where this is going. And, that's why it's been such a big turnoff for me as a fan, where it's like, these are two guys I fucking love, I look up to, and I don't like it. It's a weird feeling. And, and that's on the company. It's not on the fellas. It's on the company.
No,
part of it is on
it's how they book both of them and how they book this feud.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate because it's like, fuck, man. Like, this is a match I should be excited for, and I'm not because they fucking ran this fucking feud to the ground. Because now it's like, we gotta wait. We gotta build this shit up until April. What are people gonna do that's gonna make it like, you're not gonna top what Roman and Punk are doing, because
and Punk did their work already. Roman can take the next month off after that promo on Monday.
They did, and what's crazy? They could still add another layer if they really wanted to, of realism to that storyline. Like, if they really wanted to go really deep into that Punk Roman storyline, they could even use the fact that Punk didn't even want Roman on the Shield. Like, yeah, they could even go that far. They could go that far.
You didn't bring up what Kate brought up yesterday. The rock of it all. That there's history of Punk being usurped by Samoan from the same family. and what Rock tried to do in 2024. Punk can bring that up as like a punch back to Roman. Like, yeah, there's so much layers that they can add to that story. That story, there is no possible way for Cody. And like, if I'm Cody, I would have had some self-awareness and realized, hey, maybe I don't want the Roman and me to happen because Roman's going to win the title back, and I feel that's downgrading myself.
So what?
But
it's like, so
hey,
what?
I still need Roman in this title match. I would be like, let's put the title on Drew and let's do a triple threat with Roman. That's the only way I'm getting the night 2 main event. It's with Roman. Any other way, with Drew, with Jacob Fatu, with Randy Orton, it don't matter. Cody's not getting the night 2 main event unless he's facing Punk or he's facing Roman, because they're 1 and 2 and he's 3.
Yeah, no, it's true. And even I saw that. Even when I was like, even when we were talking about it, I'm like, yo, if you get Roman and Punk, that's going to be a night 2 WrestleMania. That's easily night 2. I mean, because there's not only the storyline behind that, but it's like people have been waiting for that for years, like a one-on-one. Like, people have been waiting for that. Like, that's kind of your big money matchup. You know, all biases aside, I mean, like, that's what you go with night 2. Because again, this whole thing with Cody, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting sick and tired of like the clean cut Cody that he thinks he is, and it's just like, bro, you have a fucking ego. You know what? We know what you're doing. Triple H has fucking said, "Hey, you're our guy, so I need to tell you everything." You already become a bootlicker. Just fucking accept it at this point. That's all I'm saying.
It's very much like Triple H and The Rock, what we said about them months ago when they had their whole political war, where we said both of these guys want to come off like the nice guy, but they are 2 of the biggest egomaniacs in the business. And now Cody, that's rubbed off on Cody, it seems, because he worked with The Rock and he's been the number 2 guy, the number 1 bootlicker for Triple H since he's gotten in charge.
Yeah, and it's just, I call a spade any fucking day. It could be somebody I don't give a fuck, when it comes to this point. But it's like, come on. It's like, what are we doing? Especially like when you're saying like, even if like that's like, say like if there's proof of that, oh, he didn't want to do it because he didn't want to lose to Roman. It's like, so fucking what? At this point, it's like, just have fucking Roman win the feud. Who cares? Like, it's Roman Reigns. You're not losing, you're not losing to Dragon Lee or like somebody lower. I'm just saying, right? Like, I'm just saying, no disrespect to Dragon Lee, but it's like you're not losing to him for a title match. You're losing to Roman Reigns. Like, shit, that was my choice. I'm like, yo, sign me up. I'll lose to Roman. Fuck it.
Yo, this is so many people have said like the best thing that's happened in their career was losing to Hulk Hogan in the 80s. I'm sure there will be plenty of people that will say one of the greatest things they did in their career in the 90s was losing to Stone Cold Steve Austin in the main event of a show. Like, it's ego, and it's the whole QB number 1. He wanted to be the number 1 guy. He thought that he got the torch from Roman at WrestleMania 40, but no, you really didn't. You got given the ball. You honestly got given the ball more in 2023 when you lost to Roman, and then Roman took half the year off and you were the number 1 guy then. But you did not become the number 1 guy, and your first title reign, like, kind of proved that. You kind of proved that you're not the guy. Like, Roman is the guy, and Roman's still around, so he's still the guy. He's just a part-time guy right now.
Yeah, but also, but even when you look into it, when it comes to Roman Reigns, it's like, he's the WWE guy. He was there since day 1, and he never left. Cody had 6 years, and he left. So it's like they're gonna treat you a certain way because of what your face value is, but it's like you're never gonna pass what Roman did, because Roman was there since day 1, and this is what they created. They build him up, and this is their creation. That's a big part of it too. But it's like at this point, it's like, man, like all that, and yourself, I've been against the QB1 bullshit ever since they started it. I've been fucking against it because I'm like, it's fucking stupid. Like, what is that? Like, this is not football. I understand it, but it's like, what the like, why is this like a moniker now? Like, why is this a thing? Like, it's fucking stupid. Like, Survivor Series, you like QB1. He fucking showed the medal in the fucking match. That's not QB1. Get the fuck out of here.
We got Rachel in the chat, who's been a big supporter of Roman and Punk. She called it. She was like, I think it's going to be Roman and Punk at WrestleMania, and it's come to fruition. She says, hey, guys, in conclusion, WWE cannot depend on Seth as a possible main champion. 2025 is not the first time Seth got injured while being the possible main champion. Seth is better off being number 4 or 5. I said this to y'all in the chat. I said y'all the whole, when we first learned about this report from the Wrestling Observer newsletter, I was like, if I had a dime for every time WWE wanted to do Roman versus Seth for the world title at WrestleMania and Seth got injured, ruining their plans, I would have 2 dimes, which isn't a lot, but it's kind of weird that it's happened twice. Like, this is twice now, twice in 11 years. 2020 in 2015, Seth was the biggest heel in the company, and it looked like we were gonna get Seth Rollins versus Roman Reigns in the main event of WrestleMania in 2016 at WrestleMania 32. But Seth goes down with that injury in the fall. He's out of action until like the spring of the following year, and that would scrap those plans. They wanted to do it. I think they wanted to do it last year at WrestleMania, but everything got collaborated with the whole Punk not having his matchup with Seth the year prior because he got injured. So then they made it the triple threat that we got at WrestleMania 41. But this time, yeah, like he had everything laid out for him. He was the number 1 heel on the number 1 show, Monday Night Raw, the World Heavyweight Championship, the fake injury into the Money in the Bank win, his own stable with Paul Heyman by his side. It was all laid out for him to face Roman Reigns for the world title at this year's WrestleMania. But once again, he gets injured. It's just plain as day. And honestly, we'll talk about SmackDown in a bit as well. The promos by Cody and Drew in response to Roman and Punk kind of confirm where everybody's spot is. Cody is firmly number 3. He's firmly number 3. When you have that type of response, and the best thing you could say is, I'm fake black. Sorry, you're number 3. You're number 3, bro. You tried to get your balls back, but it didn't work. And then Drew might have been worse. I'm sorry. Drew might have been worse, because at least we're going to remember Cody's promo. Drew said nothing. He said absolutely nothing and tried to be Adam Copeland doing a Raw speech for AEW in 2024. Raw, the SmackDown roster should be mad because they said something about SmackDown. And I was like, ew. This is not even fighting back. This is like you're already dead and you're just like.
But that's not even what they were even saying. Like this, and it's not even what they were saying. You know, like what did they? Like Cody brought them up, and I'm like, bro, they didn't even mention you. Like, what are you doing?
He didn't mention you. What are you talking about? What are you?
They buried Drew. They buried Drew. Like. It was weird, but we'll get to like the SmackDown stuff, and we'll get to the Raw stuff because man, like you ain't lying, and then you had every opportunity to still need number 2 over Phil because Phil still does that fucking shit he does. We'll get into it, but it's like, man, Raheem. You called yourself Raheem, and that was what people remembered. Great job, Cody. Thank you. I as a Cody fan, thank you. I fucking appreciate what you did last night, idiot.
You really solidified that number 3 spot. Let's talk about the women's side of WrestleMania plans. Despite Liv Morgan winning the 2026 Women's Royal Rumble, there has been some uncertainty around the WWE Women's Championship direction heading into WrestleMania. According to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, Morgan was the favorite to win the Rumble before the event. That outcome has positioned her as a logical challenger for Stephanie Vaquer, the reigning Women's World Champion on Raw. Their confrontation in Philadelphia added context for a potential rivalry. Another possibility discussed backstage, however, has been WWE Women's Champion Jade Cargill. In the men's division, WWE wanted the top 3 stars in Roman, Cody, and Punk in the WrestleMania main event, and those top stars are clear. But for the women, it's not as clear. Dave Meltzer notes that Rhea Ripley is obviously the biggest star for the women's division, and she remains in the tag team picture along with Io Sky, defending the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships. So it doesn't look like she'll be involved in either of the WWE Women's World Championship or Women's Championship matches at WrestleMania. Meanwhile, you have Becky Lynch, who is considered the number 2 biggest woman star in WWE today, and she's planning on continuing her program centered on the WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship, with no reported changes to her opponent being the returning AJ Lee. While Lee wasn't at the Women's Rumble, Dave Meltzer noted that it would not have served any purpose for her to be in it. Yes, it would, because we can kickstart the build to Wrestle. Why are we waiting to start the build for WrestleMania at the start of the road to WrestleMania? That didn't make any sense from Dave's report. I'm just letting Dave know that. Meltzer reported that the women's tag team division has become the point of emphasis in terms of booking for the women's division. Teams like Bayley and Lyra Valkyria, Nia Jackson, Lash Legend, and the returning Bella Twins have drawn consistent attention. Additionally, pairings including returns involving Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss have further shifted focus from the singles programs. So that's where the women currently stand heading into WrestleMania. Does it seem like, the obvious thing to do is the thing to do with Liv going after Stephanie Vicaire for the WWE Women's World Championship? And since she wasn't at the Royal Rumble, which was one of the more glaring omissions from the Women's Royal Rumble, Bianca Belair, maybe her injury is more serious than we thought. And in that case, if she's not going to make it in time for WrestleMania, who wins the Elimination Chamber and faces Jade Cargill for the WWE Women's Championship at WrestleMania to you, Josh?
Oh, man, that's a good question, to be honest with you. So Bianca, that one's a mystery because, I thought she was fine. Last time we saw her, she was doing appearances. On the pleasing eye, she looked fine. I know she had a hand injury. She had the knuckle issue, right? It was the knuckle that basically, which that could be a pain in the ass. People don't know, that could be. When I was looking it up, those are probably the worst parts of your hand you could break. That's your knuckle. So that's take what you will with that. But for her to not show up, I was like, fuck. I thought that would have been the perfect opportunity for her to show up, but. As far as Liv, that's the easiest route, Valkyrie, because they're the same show. They've been building up to that. Her lackey has been having bad matches with her, so obviously, having Liv being basically the leader of Judgment Day, that makes sense, right? But as far as Jade, if it's not Bianca, I'm just like, who the fuck else you put? Because they're building some stuff up between her and Jordan, but I just don't think they're gonna have that much faith in Jordan to be the woman when it comes to that. When it comes time to it, what I would love that personally, I would absolutely love that for her, right? On a complete biased kind of hey, this is what I want cases. I would love it for it to be Jordan Grace. But I just think they're going to go the fucking safest route. I think they're probably going to put Tiffany again. I personally don't want that. But I think they're going to play it way too safe when it comes to that. If it's not Bianca, I think it's going to be Tiffany.
I think you might be right, because she seems if it's not Tiffany, it might be even a worse option for certain fans. It's got to be Charlotte Flair.
People are already over it.
Charlotte's the only one I can depend on to get a good matchup out of Jade Cargill, especially on the WrestleMania stage.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem too, where it's I know people don't want Charlotte, people don't, but it's Charlotte's still good in the ring. People, she's still a solid performer. But it's because of the way they've booked her and the way they've used it that people are just over it. People are tired of it. So it wouldn't do Charlotte herself any favors. It will save the matchup, and I'm hey, we want a good matchup and a good performance, fine. But as far as who we want, that's not gonna do much. Then I'm continuing Stephanie as a baby face, even going against Jade is I don't want that either, and that's part of the problem. You know, it's like there's no win-win. You know, at least with Bianca, we know how she is, how over she is as a face, and we know like how prominent that matchup is, and people have actually been wanting that because of the connection they had. You know, being former tag team partners, and you know they kind of never got to finish what they were going forward with that storyline. You know, that would be the easiest route. It would be Bianca. It's like, because we don't know her status or what's going on. Or it could be a case of we're going to hold out as long as possible. Like, she's fine, she's clear, but we're going to hold it out. Maybe I hope that's personally what it is. I hope it's just more of like, hey, we're going to bring her like in a nice.
Are you frozen? I think you're frozen.
This moment.
I only hear every other word. I don't know if it's just me or.
And that's how we're gonna bring her back. I hope.
Okay. The producer tells me that it's not just me. All right. I'll let Josh. There we go. I knew he would come back to life. I knew it would eventually catch up to each other. Continue. I'm sorry. You might have to start from the top. You're back.
From what? Oh well.
No, you were frozen. You were frozen for a bit.
Oh no, I was just talking about Bianca. About like that's the easiest route to go with Bianca. Like, yeah. You know, that's it. It's, you know, like, but if it's not Bianca, that's why I'm like, fuck. That's gonna be a hard. That's gonna be a hard hill to climb.
I say the first best option would be one-on-one, probably Charlotte Flair. If you want to add a story to it, if you can't depend on Charlotte and Jade to have a story, then you make it a triple threat. You do Charlotte, Alexa, and Jade. You culminate the whole Charlotte and Alexa because they're over as a tag team, but we had that whole incident in the Royal Rumble where Charlotte accidentally eliminated Bliss. You do a scenario where it's the three of them, but that's just setting yourself up for failure because that triple threat will automatically be compared to the triple threat last year, and it will not be as good as that triple threat. So Charlotte and Jade, that's why I said if there's no Bianca's not ready to go by WrestleMania or by Elimination Chamber, you go with Charlotte and Jade. That would be the go-to, the break glass in case of emergency plan B.
Yeah, because I don't know, I'll feel bad for the ladies like if that was to go that triple threat route, because like you said, it'll be compared and it would not be fair to any of the performers. It would not be fair to Jade, not fair to Charlotte, regardless of how people feel about Charlotte. It wouldn't be fair to Bliss. I wouldn't want that for them. And when it comes to that, when it comes to online shit, I mean, it's tough. I mean, I hope Bianca comes back, you know, and like I said, like she's looked good, like she looks healthy, she looks like she's ready to go. But as far as, you know, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know what they're waiting for, you know, so we'll see.
Other big note from the Royal Rumble was, of course, AJ Styles' WWE career has come to an end. So we got a lot to discuss when it comes to that with his retirement at the Royal Rumble. And a new report has some more details on outside interest in Styles going forward. As noted, his career ended at the hands of Gunther at last Saturday's pay-per-view in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Styles' in-ring retirement has fans wondering what is next for him. Fightful Select has collected what they know about Styles' status going forward. For clarity, there is no indication that Styles is planning to wrestle or make appearances outside of WWE. Fightful Select notes that whatever he does going forward, a source in WWE familiar with the matter said that Styles very much had his way in terms of how he retired. And another source said that the company would have happily extended his time. However, Styles made it clear for years that he was considering retirement, which obviously brought us to where we are now. Styles' contract was believed as recently as a couple of months ago to be up in February of 2026. While that is not 100% confirmed, there has been no word about an extension as of now. One source in TNA believed that Styles would have extended before the Royal Rumble, but again, it was not confirmed. Sources in WWE noted that if Styles wanted to work in TNA bad enough, he could do so while under the contract to WWE, and TNA and WWE, of course, have a partnership, and Styles have made appearances at Slammiversary 2025 and TNA Impact's AMC premiere. The report notes that Styles' status was a point of conversation at AEW Dynamite last week. It's not clear if Styles can, again, his contract status is not confirmed, or would be interested, but the universal belief among AEW sources is that the company would try to bring Styles in if they could, and it is believed that NJPW would want him as well, especially considering they have lost talent such as Hiromu Takahashi, Clark Connors, and the like. We'll talk more about those guys in a bit here. According to a source close to Styles, they knew his in-ring career was ending at the Rumble, but do not know what he will do next. Styles is in a position to do what he wants without having to worry about money. There has been a lot of speculation on Styles' potential future, especially considering that Styles nearly took his gloves off before choosing not to at the Royal Rumble. WrestleVotes Radio on Fightful Select reports that the speculation extends inside WWE. Sources that the outlet spoke to within WWE believe that Styles is not yet done wrestling in some sort of capacity, though specific clarification was not provided. It was noted earlier this week that a number of outside companies, including AEW and NJPW, would be interested in Styles should he become available. It isn't known what his contract status is with WWE. His contract was believed to be up at the start of the year, and there is no word on if he has re-signed in some capacity. Styles has repeatedly declined interest from AEW in the past, even with the opportunity of having matches against names like Kenny Omega, Will Ospreay, and MJF on the table. According to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, Styles has remained committed to WWE throughout multiple contract periods. Dave Meltzer reported that Styles' stance dates back to 2019 when AEW was still finding its footing. At the time, Styles was being used well in WWE and making a lot of money. Even as AEW grew and stabilized under Tony Khan's leadership, Styles continued to show no interest in making the jump. He noted that AJ had multiple opportunities to join AEW, but he always turned them down. Recent discussion about him joining AEW picked up after AJ Styles' high-profile loss to Gunther at the 2026 Royal Rumble in Saudi Arabia. Meltzer noted that definitive retirements in wrestling are rare, even if they appear final on screen. Styles addressed the speculation during a conversation with Stephanie McMahon following the event. He left the door open to possibly wrestling again in the future, saying never say never. He said, and I quote, I don't know when asked about why he kept his gloves on. He says never say never, right? That's the saying. I think everybody's allowed at least once to come out of retirement. I'm not saying that I'll do it anytime soon. What if my son wrestles? The opportunity to tag with him once, you never know. So there'll be a time when the gloves never go back on. It may be now, but we'll see. He also filed trademarks for Phenomenal, AJ Styles, and P1, which many see as standard brand protection rather than a sign of departure. At 48, Styles remains one of WWE's most decorated performers with multiple world championships across his career. While fans continue to imagine crossover matches elsewhere, his focus stays on WWE with no confirmed plans beyond that. So I'll ask you the question we asked a lot last week. Do you think AJ Styles is really retired? And if he is not retired and he has one more match, do you think it will be outside of WWE?
Do I think AJ Styles is really retired? Absolutely not. As far as a match, I don't think it's just going to be one match. I think it's going to be multiple matches. And I do feel that some way, somehow, he'll end up in AEW. And I believe that because they have the funds. They could afford them. Regardless of, AJ Styles has been making the most money in his life, right? With WWE. There's no secret to that. But When you have the perfect opportunity to do what you want to do and to go out on the best note that you possibly can, AEW has proven that. Like, they roll out the red carpet for legends and they roll out the red carpet for certain individuals. You know, this will be no different for AJ Styles, because not only what he's meant to the business the last over 20 years, what he's meant to the business. You know, he has friends there, he has support there. You know, so they'll do everything right to try to make this happen. And, you know, it wouldn't even be surprising if they would even present him to even have him win the title, because, you know, AEW loves doing stuff like that for some of their people. You know, they did it for Samoa Joe. Hey, we're gonna make you a 2-time champion. You know, so that wouldn't be a crazy scenario for me. I would see that happening because, you know, Tony Khan has made it clear that he's always been a huge AJ Styles fan. And you know, and I'm not saying that I know anything or anything, but it's just because of what he's been saying and how he's been saying it. You know, obviously the podcast, they present, first interview after retirement. It's like, come on, you ain't selling me with that bullshit. He never even fully committed to anything. He never said I'm completely done. Even when Stephanie asked him about the kids, about spending time with the children more, he didn't even commit to that. He didn't even commit to saying that. So I do think it's going to end up happening. I think he's going to have a big offer on his table that's going to be offered. As far as WWE wise, you know, I mean, it will look kind of goofy that you just push this whole thing end your career. You know, you did the send off and then, oh wait, he's coming back to WWE to have another match. It's like, I mean, it's happened before, but I just don't see that happening now, just because, like you said, like the trademark stuff, all that stuff. Part of it is protection, but then another side of it is, you know, if you're cool, you know, if you're loyal to WWE, you could easily still make money off of that. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go in the opposite direction, because I've talked myself out of believing he's going to AEW, because I said it once, I'll say it again. It's a short on the channel right now. It's just too good to be true. It's just too good to be true. And the wrestling gods are not that nice to us. So I think that I don't believe that AJ Styles is retired. I don't believe that Royal Rumble never felt like that was his final matchup. And plus it was on a 2-week build. It doesn't make any sense that would be his final matchup. I think he will wrestle again. I think it will be with WWE, and he's going to go the Rey Mysterio route of, I'll come back if you sign my son.
Could be. Is any of his kids even in like wrestling? Like
his second oldest son, he said in the podcast interview, second oldest son is training. That's why he mentioned he might want to wrestle with his son. He might want to do a tag match with him.
Oh, I mean, that makes sense, because like I know some of his sons are in like football and stuff like that. I don't know. It's like, man, because I mean, obviously, you know, in AEW, you know, we could have that match we've been wanting, Kenny Omega versus AJ Styles. But again, if he's loyal to WWE, and remember I said it a couple of weeks ago, I was like, the only way that he probably stays is if he feels like he's truly loyal to the company. So again, the ball's in his court, but at the same time, if AEW is making you an offer and they want to talk to you, hear them out. You never know. Like, you know, they might give you a better send off than you might expect. You know, but for me, a lot of it is different now, because again, back then, you know, when he was re-signing with WWE, he was signing a new contract, you know, obviously it felt different, because it was like, all right, I'm here. I'm here now. But then it's like, if you wanted to truly stay, you would sign a longer deal. There's certain things you wouldn't be doing. But again, that's just me on the outside looking at, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. There's just too many signs that tells me, yeah, his ass is leaving, but I could be wrong.
We got a super chat donation from the Negro Buck, Nick Jackson. Nicky boy, thank you so much for the support. He says, not gonna lie, if I hear demigods or Styles Clash on AEW TV or pay-per-view, I might have a heart attack. for me personally, that would be bigger than signing Dragon. That's the last Infinity Stone of early 2000s Ring of Honor that Tony Khan has not collected yet. He got CM Punk, he got Bryan Danielson, he got a Samoa Joe, AJ Styles is like the last Infinity Stone for him. And he got the Briscoe, he got one of the Briscoes on AEW television as well. So yeah, that's the last Infinity Stone for him to collect. I would love to see it. I just don't believe quite yet it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Moving on. We got a couple of more details that we got to talk about real quick with the Royal Rumble before we get into the weekly shows with Raw and SmackDown. But of course, we'll continue to update you on anything going on with AJ Styles for sure as the news comes in. WWE adjusted the match order for Royal Rumble last Saturday to fine-tune the show's pacing, according to the Wrestling Observer newsletter. The bout between Drew McIntyre and Sami Zayn was moved from its original planned position on the card. The undisputed WWE Championship matchup was scheduled to follow the Women's Royal Rumble match. That slot is often used to maintain momentum early in the event. Instead, the match was shifted one position later, placing it after AJ Styles faced Gunther in a career-ending stipulation match. Styles' match carried enough extra weight because of the stipulation, and Meltzer noted that because of the stipulation, the match would get over no matter what. McIntyre versus Sami Zayn was moved from its original second and advantageous position after the Women's Rumble. The company knew the match would not get a great reaction right after the Styles retirement, facing some questions as to why the order was changed. McIntyre entered as the champion with an established rivalry, while Zayn continued his long-running underdog narrative. Internally, there was confidence that both performers could deliver regardless of timing. Drew eventually defeated Sami to retain the WWE title. WWE often tweaks the match order near event time to balance pacing, crowd response, and storytelling priorities. It makes a definitive sort of sense to push Sami Zayn harder on Saudi Arabian events. He can speak Arabic for one thing, but perhaps sometimes talent can push a little too hard and suffer a pretty one-sided loss. Also, according to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, Zayn specifically pushed to win the WWE title match at the Royal Rumble. There was even some talk of changing the finish up to the day of the matchup. Zayn was no doubt counting on the fact that he never lost in Saudi Arabia before, and his talent was fighting back from the underdog situations. Back when he was in the Bloodline storyline, he almost made us believe he could defeat Roman Reigns, who was being booked as unbeatable at the time. Drew McIntyre was likely to win regardless of what Zayn was saying, but Zayn didn't put up much of a battle in the actual match. Then again, it's hard to follow AJ Styles retiring. Zayn's journey with the Bloodline was such an acclaimed storyline that it seemed that it might make him a main eventer who stays in a top spot. A loss this decisive in a friendly arena, though, may indicate that his journey back to the top could take significantly longer than many thought. The Observer notes that Zayn lost to McIntyre 11 times in a row before the Royal Rumble and extended that streak to 12, so maybe it's just as simple as keeping the streak going. So I think it's very strange for Sami Zayn to push to win this one. I understand the Saudi Arabia of it all, but Drew just won the title. You'd be cutting Drew's legs out from under him if he would have lost here.
Yeah, and honestly, the title win would have meant nothing. You know, you already have you're in that match and you're in a fucking Royal Rumble, like PLE. You know, so I didn't understand that. It's just like, it's not the time to do it. And then what we got, the match that we end up getting, kind of proves that. So I mean, I'm glad it didn't happen, but at the same time, it's like Sami, like you got to understand, like if you want this moment, make it feel special. That would have not felt that special. It was like, I get it because it's in Saudi, but it's like, was that going to top Roman Reigns winning the Rumble? No, it was not.
No.
It was not. So this is a pipe dream. I know he wants to win the title. I understand it, but it's like, I understand it, but it's like it was not going to happen now. And you know, I hope and I do hope it eventually does happen. I think Sami has deserved it for a long time, but that it was not the right night. Not the right night.
Agreed. Then you had WWE is reportedly still exploring a potential future matchup between Brock Lesnar and Oba Femi, though nothing has been finalized according to the Wrestling Observer newsletter. The idea is still being discussed internally. Dave Meltzer noted that the concept gained traction after both men stood out during the 2026 Royal Rumble. They also had a brief face-off in the ring, not brief because they just stood there for like 10 minutes. Eventually, Femi was eliminated by Lesnar. Notably, there was no interaction between Lesnar and Gunther at the Rumble. Gunther entered late at number 30 after Lesnar had already been eliminated. That absence appears to have cooled speculation about that matchup, at least for now. If the Brock Lesnar versus Oba Femi match does happen, Meltzer believes that the direction would be clear in that Femi would be positioned to win. Whether the match happens or not would depend heavily on what WWE has planned for Lesnar, since a loss to Femi would potentially impact his stature as a top talent. Femi going over would establish him as a main roster star. Following his dominant NXT championship run, Femi made his official Raw debut this week, decimating Eric and Ivar of the War Raiders, and he also appeared on Friday Night SmackDown, destroying Kit Wilson. After weeks of speculation of how Chad Gable was going to return to WWE, we found out in the Royal Rumble he's here under the old mask of the original El Grande Americano, proving what we already knew. The one who was active is a no good imposter. No, actually, what we all know is it's Ludwig Kaiser, who is neither an American nor a luchador. In Friday's Wrestling Observer newsletter, Dave Meltzer confirms that they're heading for a confrontation, especially after Gable's original interfered in Kaiser's matchup with Javon Evans on Raw this week. The replacement Americano, however, has the backup of Ryu and Bravo, Pete Dunne, and Tyler Bate. The original Americano is on his own, though perhaps Evans owes him one now. Chad Gable had the backing of the Creed brothers, but not in the Americano persona yet. Dave Meltzer expects that it will end in a mass versus mass matchup between two people who are neither luchadors, so that's funny. All involved are too talented to not return to their classic identities at some point, but can it be that Chad Gable might come back out of all of this as a good guy? The original point of the gimmick was to showcase him as a bold-faced liar, but if someone deceived him further with the gimmick, who's the real villain? Shush! We should find out soon enough. Then the 2026 Men's Royal Rumble started off with a shock, with Bron Breakker being eliminated within seconds by the number one entrant, the newest member of the Monday Night Raw roster, Oba Femi. The Badass entered the matchup at number 2 and was widely believed as a top contender to win this year's Men's Royal Rumble. Even on the betting odds, had him in first place. However, before he could enter the ring, Breakker was attacked by a masked man. The hooded figure sent Breakker crashing into the steel steps and then super kicked and stomped him before feeding him to the ruler, who eliminated him and instantly with a clothesline. While the promotion has yet to reveal the identity of the attacker, Dave Meltzer in the latest Wrestling Observer newsletter states that the angle was done because there is internal belief that Seth Rollins will be ready to return in time to face Bron Breakker at WrestleMania 42 in Las Vegas. Rollins picked up a shoulder injury during his matchup against Cody Rhodes at Crown Jewel Perth last October and was subsequently taken off television after Braun turned on the following Raw. Meltzer stated that the mystery assailant angle was done to make everybody think that the person behind the mask was Seth. However, it's not clear who was behind it. There has been suggestions that Grayson Waller was the person who attacked Braun. However, there has been neither confirmation nor denial of that. Waller did work a 6-man tag team matchup alongside the New Day during a pre-show dark match at the Royal Rumble, though. Do you think we'll give us a percentage on this one? 0 to 100. I got two of these. 0 to 100. We get Brock Lesnar versus Oba Femi at WrestleMania, and 0 to 100. Seth Rollins will be ready for WrestleMania to face Bron Breakker.
As far as Oba versus Brock, as of right now, I'll get up like 30%. I'm gonna be the low man on that for now. More so because I really don't want to see that match.
Why?
Because Come on, Brock Lesnar doesn't like black people. We all know this. Like, there's no secret. There's no secret. We got to say the loud part out loud. He doesn't like black people. You saw what he did with Lashley. He didn't even want to work with Lashley. Like, so, you think he wants to work with this rookie Oba Femi? I don't know. So, it is what it is. But as far as Seth and Bron, I think that's like 80%. I think Seth comes back on time, and I think that's going to be the matchup for Bron, which is not really a nice. It's not a bad backup. I would have loved for Bron to get the title match, but for Seth, I mean, it's a good. I think it's a good segue. Like, if you need to do something, that's a good ceiling.
Makes sense. Yeah, everybody's agreeing with you. It's like, he ain't wrong. Brock definitely ain't putting Oba over. He really don't.
He barely put Lashley over, because remember, Lashley won that kind of the feud, but he didn't want to work with Lashley.
No, he never really put him over. It was always Roman helped him, or he got like shady victories and stuff. So, like, yeah, I think that the better matchup, I mean, I wouldn't mind if it's Oba and Brock and Oba gets the win. So I'll put that at 40%. I'm putting Seth and Bron at like 90%. Seth Rollins is known for coming back just before WrestleMania. This man has never saw a WrestleMania check he didn't want to get at the last minute. He's never seen one. He always wants to get that WrestleMania check.
He actually looks like he's in good shape. He was shaking hands with MJF, so that should tell you something. So yeah, he looked good.
Despite heavy speculation, however, one person who wasn't at the Royal Rumble was Chris Jericho. He did not return to WWE at the Rumble, and a new report has details on his status. The notion of Jericho going to WWE has been a hot topic of conversation ever since August of last year. It was heavily reported that the Learning Tree leaders contract was with the AEW was scheduled to be up at the end of the year, and many expected him to make the jump to WWE to start 2026. That included speculation that said return would happen at the Royal Rumble. Obviously, that did not happen. According to Fightful Select, Jericho was not factored into WWE's plans despite some reports suggesting otherwise. The report notes that Jericho was never discussed for Raw's 1-year anniversary on Netflix nor the Rumble. Sources in WWE said that there is interest in Jericho should he become available, and therein lies the problem. Per the site, Jericho is not available. He is still currently under contract with AEW. Jericho's contract signed in 2022 took him through the end of 2025, but obviously it was extended beyond that. It's not clear if the contract extension was signed or whether AEW froze his contract due to time away, but as of now, he is under contract and still on AEW's roster page. On a related note, as reported on Saturday, Jericho will appear in the new Apple TV drama Margot Has Money Troubles. Jericho posted a photo of the show with featuring himself and Nicole Kidman. He wrote, "Excited to share a preview of an upcoming role in the new series Margot's Got Money Troubles on Apple TV. Had a blast filming with the legendary Nicole Kidman and the hilarious Nick Offerman, who headline an all-star class. It premieres on April 15th. So we'll see, and we'll keep you updated on the Jera news going forward. But finally, in regards to the Royal Rumble, this year's Royal Rumble had a lot of issues with the lights in the audience, making it seem empty, something that talent weren't initially aware of per report. As noted on Sunday, and as were evident to those with eyes, last Saturday's PLE featured LED lights in the new arena in Riyadh, which resulted in the arena looking empty for large portions of the show. The issue was a point of heavy conversation online, but according to Fightful Select, it was not a proactive conversation backstage. The site reports that several talent told them that they didn't know about the conversation about the topic at first. The sources noted that they only became aware after they went online and saw the discourse. The previous report had noted that WWE moved 25,000 tickets that moved for the show. According to sources in the company, it was simply that the lighting made it seem otherwise. It was has noted from one source then that they didn't expect WWE to use the LEDs when they returned to Saudi Arabia. The show took place at the Riyadh Season Stadium, a new venue located in the King Abdul Financial District, which was constructed in short order so that WWE could use it for the PLE. It was reported on Sunday that the show had about 25,000 in attendance at the Riyadh Season Stadium, and the Wrestling Observer newsletter had some more context as to why that doesn't matter much of WWE's financial balance. As most have assumed, the gate and attendance for the show was irrelevant for WWE's bottom line because the Saudi government paid in full for the show. There has been no figure revealed in that respect, though Dave Meltzer notes that it's likely far more than the $55 million per tour that has been paid. WWE has become less detailed in specific financial figures for such events in their quarterly results as well. The Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund has paid big money in recent years to try and draw attention and investment to the country, and a number of companies and organizations have drawn criticism for participating in the sports watching that ensues there. It has been reported in recent months that the PIF has been having financial issues, particularly after they were part of the $55 billion joint acquisition of EA. The PIF has been restricting operations after results of financial distress in various projects. The Wrestling Observer newsletter notes that there is a feeling at this point that the PIF have accomplished what they need to, and there isn't a compelling reason to pay their hefty prices for sports and entertainment events moving forward. WWE's current deal with the Saudi Arabian government goes through 2027 and will include WrestleMania taking place in the country next April. Those LED lights were so stupid. So stupid.
Yeah, it just didn't. It didn't make any. There's no way that looks good, and it didn't look good on TV. Like I said, those seats look empty. And the reason why I'm defending this there's an individual that I know who actually went to Saudi Arabia, and I'm like, you're insane. Like, you actually attended, but he usually gets like the VIP treatment. I think there's like a certain job that he works, so he's able to go to like a lot of these expensive shows. He shells out so much money, WWE, AEW, so he goes all around. And he went to the Saudi show, and he said himself that the seats were actually, it was packed. He said the whole arena was packed. But then when he saw it on TV, he's like, oh, no, it didn't look like this. Like, it wasn't like this in person. But he did say that the lights did not help. And he was like, even for him, he said the lights were pretty annoying. Like, it was like, you're trying to watch, and then you see the lights. But it looked, like I said earlier, that it was very unappealing. But there was people in the crowd. There was the building was packed. The arena was packed. People might not want to believe it, but WWE got their money. So
hey, they got their money. That's all that matters. We got Auntie Collins in the chat. Good to see you. Shout outs to her. We got to get her on the show. She's good people. We're gonna talk some AEW with her soon enough. We got Dion.
Yeah. People be trying to be talking shit, and she be clapping back. I like it. I like her.
Yeah, I fucks with it. I fucks with anybody who clap back at these losers. Good seeing you, Auntie Collins. She says that was my first reaction seeing the lights. Yeah, it was so dumb. It was just dumb. Like, why would you do that? I saw it on SmackDown. I was like, there's a lot of empty seats here, but they were empty on SmackDown. They weren't empty at Royal Rumble.
Yeah, because like half the crowd.
Yeah. Let's talk about Raw and SmackDown this week. So the show, Monday Night Raw on Monday, the post-Royal Rumble episode, the show featured Bron Breakker kicking off, going ballistic after getting screwed at the Royal Rumble. This led to The Vision trying to stop him from calling out GM Adam Pearce, who taunted him for his poor performance in the Rumble before trying to steer the pot within The Vision. However, it led to LA Knight coming out and attacking Logan Paul and Austin Theory with a steel chair. This led to Pearce ejecting Breakker from the building ahead of Penta going one-on-one with Bronson Reed. This is a matchup that the Vision lost, with Penta picking up a win over Reed via countout. After an also ejected LA Knight came back out to hit Bronson Reed with the BFT on a steel chair at ringside. Meanwhile, you had Javon Evans. He scored a victory over El Grande Americano in a decent matchup after a distraction from the original El Grande Americano. Gunther came out to taunt AJ Styles with his entrance and trolling the fans before Dragon Lee came out to defend the honor of AJ after his retirement. He got a ring bell right to the skull and got choked out by Gunther, hung across the apron and the ropes, so that didn't work out too well for him. Meanwhile, we had a return of the Intercontinental Champion, Dominic Mysterio, who made his return to introduce Women's Royal Rumble winner Liv Morgan, who wasn't decided on who she wanted to face at WrestleMania 42, but she did introduce her good friend and sister Raquel Rodriguez for her match, who questioned Liv on eliminating her from the Royal Rumble. After Morgan said that a win for one member of the Judgment Day is a win for all, Raquel told her to hit the bricks and stay in the back for her next matchup. Then Stephanie Vicaire beat Rodriguez in a Philadelphia street fight to retain the WWE Women's World Championship after a distraction from Liv. Post-match, Morgan did lay out Vicaire with Oblivion before holding up her title, but what everybody's talking about from Monday Night Raw, what the wrestling world was talking about after Raw, was Roman Reigns, who closed the program to get some help from Philadelphia on who he should choose at WrestleMania 42. The crowd booed Drew McIntyre and cheered for CM Punk. This led to Punk coming out to confront Reigns and tell him to choose the easy option of McIntyre after he tried to address Finn Balor for some stupid reason before addressing Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns clapped back at him, saying that Drew was 4 times Punk's size and made him cry over a plastic bracelet. Punk and Reigns then bragged about their past wins over Drew, completely burying him before going to the root of their issues with one another. Punk brought up Roman's comments on the Pat McAfee show, his holding the company hostage and not wanting to test himself against him. While Reigns brought up Punk's comments on Colt Cabana's podcast all those years ago, making his life harder, how he wouldn't have a company to come back to without his family, how the company axed him before bringing Punk back, and everything that happened over the last year with Punk stealing his wise man, the handshake at War Games, Zebros or some stupid shit like that, and his overall hatred for Punk being the main reason, not him being the biggest star around, not Monday Night Raw being the #1 show because it's on Netflix, but the whole reason he wants to face CM Punk is because he's hated him. He's always hated him. And that's why he was choosing him for WrestleMania in an absolutely incredible promo exchange. What did you think about Monday Night Raw, specifically this go-home segment with Punk and Roman Reigns solidifying themselves as the night 2 main event of WrestleMania?
So I will say, I think, in my opinion, the promo exchange basically for me personally saved the show. I thought it would have been a real big stinker if it wasn't for that, in my opinion. So I was glad that happened.
It was a horrible show. It was a horrible show up until Roman came out.
Yeah, so I mean, there you go. You see, so I'm glad I'm not the only one who felt that way. The promo exchange, I mean, itself was great. I thought both guys did great. Obviously, I'm gonna give the edge to Roman. I thought he implied more facts in the situation, and he added more realism. Where Punk kind of always goes into the same kind of shtick where he's like mentioning towns or cities or where he's at. It's
Doesn't it feel great to be alive on Netflix?
Yeah, like you mentioned the whole thing about being in. I'm like, you're in Philly. You don't gotta say that during like a heated promo exchange where the man is about to pick you as his WrestleMania opponent. Like, but that's always been like the whole thing with Phil. I think Punk's promos are better when he's angry. When he's angry, Phil. This was more of just a pandering kind of thing that we always get, but I thought it was delivered well. And then obviously we got Roman. Like what he said, I was like, damn. He was like, what, who they asked me. They asked me. And then when he's like, I'm not picking you because you're on the biggest show. I'm picking you. I'm picking you because I hate you. I've always hated you. Like, it was great. Like, all that stuff. I mean, it was great, man. That shit sold me alone. I was like, all right, that's night 2. Give me night 2. You know, great exchange. You know, they did their job. You know, 2 pros, you know, that they did their job, number 1 and 2. And then the rest of the show, we got what we got. Raquel versus Stephanie, we got it for like the 18th time, and we got another bad match for the 18th time. That's all I will say about that match.
It was so long. 21 minutes. 21 minutes.
It was way too long. Way too long. The whole lift thing was kind of dumb, where it's like she told you to stay in the back and you came out anyway. And then the table spot, oh my God. Barely hit the table, and then the table didn't even break. Yo. Oh man.
Yeah, the whole episode was pretty ass. It was pretty ass. It was very trash up until I love Chuck Berry's in the chat saying SP3, your rundown of the show sounds more entertaining, more entertainment than the actual show itself. Besides the closing segment, I mean, I try my best. I just try my best to make it sound good.
Yeah,
we got Volop who says he's with Kate. Him and Kate are the only people who weren't big on this segment because I guess they can't believe that CM Punk basically telling the fans to not cheer Roman Reigns because he's a company product and thus making his journey to become the top star a lot longer than it should have been is enough to make his life harder because they can't get over the fact that WWE still pushed him down our throat. That's the whole reason he got pushed down our throat is because CM Punk made it that much harder.
He left. Like you became a little bitch and you left. Like, I mean, it's like, what do you want? Like, come on. Like, what are we doing? Like, and that's the shit about Punk when he cuts his promos. It's like, I get what he's doing and I get like but then it's like, bro, like, we're gonna talk about this revisionist history shit that you always try to like feed people, and it's like, you know, that's why I like Roman's promos better because it was like he added some realism to what the rivalry is, you know, and that's why I said like he could add another layer to it if he really wanted to. Like they could add another layer to that, but the whole thing with Punk is like even when he came out for the Finn Balor shit, that just looked goofy doing that because I was just like,
yo, he just made himself look so less cooler than Roman Reigns. And if you had told me after that Colt Cabana podcast in November 2014 that Roman Reigns and CM Punk would have as this 20-minute promo segment where Roman came off effortlessly cool and Punk came off like a guy that lost his jab, that's lost his fastball and just pandered to the crowd to get big pops, I would have told you you're bugging. You're on some type of drugs. But that is the case. Roman out promoed CM Punk, one of the greatest promos of all time.
Yeah, and fucking Roman looked like he came out of like a Michelin star restaurant while fucking Punk left Geno's. That's not a compliment for Punk, by the way.
Damn. It's kind of damn.
If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Dion says that's why I never liked the work shoot promos from Punk. It's all people expect him to be. He doesn't have that chip on his shoulder anymore. You can't make breaking the fourth wall your gimmick. Yeah, he's happy now. He's happy now, so he doesn't have that venom. Like Roman still has that venom. Like honestly, I really feel like Cody rejecting that matchup at WrestleMania has given Roman a chip on his shoulder where he is just the podcast, what he said on the Pat McAfee show between, you know, doing that, winning the Royal Rumble, and then this promo, it really feels like Roman is motivated and he has that venom back.
I know, I agree. And, you know, but again, like I prefer that matchup, but then also on hindsight, Roman's going to add another accolade. If he wins that championship, the World Heavyweight Championship, that's another accolade. Universal Champion, WWE World Champion, WWE Undisputed Champion, and then the WWE Heavyweight Champion. So, I mean, it adds another, if it happens, it adds another thing to Roman, so I really don't mind it either way. Like I'm happy that we're getting this matchup regardless, because Punk is still a great performer in the ring. He's had some great matches this year alone. So, we're going to get another banger at Mania. So I already know what kind of matchup we're going to get. So, I'm happy with it. And again, the promo itself, it was great. Some people, people are not going to always be behind things, and that's okay. But I think it's always about how you go about it. It's like, all right, what didn't you like about it? Now, if you're just going to completely like off the rails, and that's a different story. But for me personally, I enjoyed it. I thought it was great.
I thought it was great, and I think it's a promo that we're going to be talking about, I think, the end of the year as one of the best promos, like single promos. When we do the Tru Heel Heat year-end awards at the end of 2026, this is going to be on the ballot for sure.
I hate you. I hate you.
I've always hated you. What is it, zebras or some stupid shit like that? Oh my God, so many great one-liners in this room. It all came from Roman, but so many great one-liners.
You mock me like a young boy.
You want to hear the juxtaposition to that? Let's talk about Friday Night SmackDown. The show featured Drew McIntyre kicking off the show, only to be attacked by Cody Rhodes, who went on to cut a fired-up babyface promo where he made reference to the Roman Reigns and CM Punk promo, saying, and I quote, I heard it was a you-know-what measuring contest. So I know they were happy I wasn't there because I didn't get the nickname Raheem for no reason. Let that marinate. Black History Month, y'all. Before warning Drew that he will make sure he doesn't make it to WrestleMania. This led to GM Nick Aldis telling Cody to go cool off and take the night off before he gets his Elimination Chamber qualifying match next week. Then McIntyre tried to come out for his promo once again, only to be attacked by Jacob Fatu this time. Later, McIntyre finally got to speak, where he addressed the attacks by Cody and Fatu before really focusing on Punk and Roman for what they had to say. He said that they spent most of their time talking about him. One would break him down or, insult him, and then the other would bring him up back and forth. He made reference to all the former WWE champions, the Bruno Sammartinos, the Hulk Hogan, the Stone Cold Steve Austins, the Rock, and who would tell him who would call them foolish for talking down and calling this title second rate. He then said that the entire SmackDown roster should be frustrated like him after they talk down on the brand, and said that he will have everyone fighting to face him at WrestleMania in the Elimination Chamber while they're aura farming over there. This did not have any of the venom that Roman and Punk had. This was kind of a sad excuse for a comeback. Ouch. However, Trick Williams came out to give this segment some type of charisma, as then he came out to interrupt the champion and warned that he was worrying about the wrong people, Cody, Roman, Punk, Raheem, and he should be worrying about him. Drew told Trick to watch his mouth or he would shove his lemon pepper steppers where the sun don't shine. You got Roman on Monday saying stupid shit, and Drew can't even say ass on Friday. Way to make him seem on the same level as the other guys. Finally, Randy Orton beat Solo Sikoa and Aleister Black in a very good triple threat matchup to qualify for the men's Elimination Chamber matchup. Meanwhile, for the women, you had Tiffany Stratton. She scored a victory over Chelsea Green and Lash Legend to qualify for the women's Elimination Chamber. Women's Royal Rumble winner Liv Morgan appeared alongside Raquel Rodriguez to address her WrestleMania challenge, and also wanted to talk about the elephant in the room for the Judgment Day. But Jade Cargill interrupted to get in Liv's face, only for Raquel to step up in Liv's place. Liv teased Raquel going after her title. Then Jordynne Grace came out, joining them, warning that she could be the one to face Liv at Mania. And then Nick Aldis made a tag team matchup where Grace and Cargill picked up the win over the Judgment Day after an errant big boot from Raquel to Liv, and Jordan pushing Rodriguez into her partner for the win. Later, Aldis announced that Grace versus Cargill for the WWE Women's Championship would take place on next week's SmackDown. Kit Wilson cut a promo on the fans' toxic masculinity before Oba Femi accepted his open challenge and destroyed the loudmouth in under 1 minute in his official SmackDown in-ring debut. Notice I talked about this and didn't really talk about Oba Femi squashing the War Raiders on Monday Night Raw because this was much more effective than the Monday Night Raw booking. Tama Tonga defeated Shinsuke Nakamura with an assist from the MFTs, while Carmelo Hayes picked up a victory over The Miz in a non-title matchup. And finally, Rigo beat Julia and Kiana James in a fun opener to retain the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships. What did you think about Friday Night SmackDown last night?
I thought it was better than Raw, for the most part. I mean, overall, like the feeling, but the promo stuff, man, that was rough. Like, they didn't really do nothing when it came to that part. It was like, I thought everything else carried the show. I thought the promos brought it down a notch, especially where they, because even with Drew, they were like, I think the first time they interrupted Drew, and then it's like you made him just look like a complete joke. And then when he finally got to talk, it was like,
that's all you got to say?
Yeah, I was like, oh, like you use the internet buzzwords like aura farming, like who, like what? Like,
then tried to rah the SmackDown roster, like dude, like yo, just like I've heard Drew McIntyre have some like venom promos, like his promos against Punk in that rivalry. Where was that Drew last night?
Yeah, that was like completely like non-existent. And it's just like, bro, these two men completely just like buried you. They didn't even bury Cody, they buried you. And then
they named you by like Cody came off delusional and cringe. You came off like you didn't care that they cut your balls off on national TV.
Like, because even if he's like trying to like, he's probably upset because of the line about like, oh, like, I could pick you because you're on the bigger show. Guess what? Raw is the bigger show. Financially, it's the bigger show. That is what it is. I mean, it's a bigger show, and they make it a bigger deal. They've always made Raw a bigger deal than SmackDown. There's no secret to that. Because every time, even when SmackDown gets better, they always found a way to chop SmackDown down. So then Raw is like, all right, let's make Raw better. So it's like, it is what it is when it comes to that. But they completely buried Drew. And then I'm like, that's what you come up with? It's like, God damn, bro. Like, I'm like, because even like if whoever like for that, like, hey, like this is what you're gonna say, whatever the case may be. I hope that's what it was, because there's no way that Drew came up with that. And he's like, oh yeah, this is gonna cook. And I'm like, bro, this shit's still frozen. The fuck is this? Like it was just bad. And then again, like the Cody stuff, people were saying that it was good, but then I really didn't like the promo that much either. But then I noticed people only said it was good because of the Raheem shit. People were laughing, and then there was other people who were offended that he said that. So it was like, what did it really do? Like, it gave a funny haha moment. That's about it. I didn't think it was great. I didn't like the promo, and I didn't think it was great. I thought it was just cringe.
Like my first instance was like Dion says he thought the line was funny. It was funny at first, for sure, yeah. But then when you actually think about it, and you think about this company that literally we are 7 days into it's 7 days into Black History Month. They haven't put one post out there, haven't mentioned that it's Black History Month, haven't done anything to appreciate Black History Month. This company has a very long history of mistreating Black performers throughout their history. And you have your white man, blue-eyed and blonde, who says, I'm black. And the fact that this whole thing started off of an awful promo where he said he was saving racism because he had an interracial child. Yeah, like you have to think about it for more than 1 minute, and it's not as funny as it originally was to me. Just me. It doesn't have to be to you. You can still find it funny. I just when I let it marinate, I was like, yeah, that's kind of wild. That's kind of that's not good.
Yeah, and I think there's people who are also trying to justify it because they were like reposting that promo exchange between Trick and Cody, where Trick inviting him to the cookout. I'm like, bro, that was kind of cringe itself too. It was like, yeah, that was fun, but then Cody's like, am I invited? You want me to go to the cookout too? All right, guys, I'm going to the cookout. Like, no, it's like no, it's like a fucking like a dad making a bad joke. Like that wasn't funny. Like it's cringe. And again, like him saying the line is not so much like it didn't offend me. And I'm not saying like him saying calling himself Raheem offended me because it didn't. It was cringe. It wasn't. I'm like, oh, well, I think it's a good time to do this, bro. Like the company didn't want to celebrate Black History Month last year, and then they pivoted back to this year, and people didn't want it either because it was like, all right, fuck you guys, because you didn't care about us last year. Don't care about us going forward. So for him to do that, and then a white man call himself black on Black History Month, sounds like a bad Hollywood movie.
Yeah, this is a good point by our producer. He says it's okay for Black people to call Cody Raheem. Definitely cringe for Cody to call himself that.
Yeah,
I think that's the real source of the issue here.
Yeah, that's actually 100% accurate. Like if Trick came out and say Trick was babyface and he said that, there's no complaints. It would be funny and there's no complaints. But then it's like, yeah, Cody, you might have to sit through this one out. Like I think the Martin Luther King meme got to your head that you were with him during the speech.
But let's talk about some news, some extra WWE news coming out of this week. The Elimination Chamber is coming up on February 28th, and WrestleVotes Radio on Fightful Select has an update on what could be one of the future title bouts for the premium live event. According to the report, Finn Balor challenging CM Punk for the World Heavyweight title was one idea proposed for the PLE as of February 2nd. With the event taking place in CM Punk's hometown of Chicago, Fightful Select's Sean Ross Sapp also reports that the long-term plan has been to have Punk wrestle at the event. Sapp added that one plan is that Punk would accept a rematch with Balor on his home turf after facing Balor in his home country of Northern Ireland. Finn Balor indicated on last Monday's WWE Raw that he still wants the World Heavyweight Championship. However, during the same show, Royal Rumble winner Roman Reigns announced that he'd be challenging CM Punk for the title at WrestleMania 42. So it looks like Reigns would face the winner of Balor versus Punk. But speaking of CM Punk, he had a lot to say this week as CM Punk's dream to headline WrestleMania became a reality last April when he closed out night one of the show of shows in Las Vegas alongside Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns battling in a triple threat matchup. It was an emotional night for the best in the world, one that he yearned for years. A year on, he gets ready to walk into WrestleMania 42 as the reigning World Heavyweight Champion. CM Punk reflected on that magical night during a recent conversation with Jamie Levine of Complex News. Punk admitted that headlining WrestleMania was a super high pressure situation. He received plenty of heartfelt messages from several people backstage, including WWE Hall of Famer Bret Hart before the match. However, it was The Undertaker's word of caution that drove him back to reality, and he admitted that it was something that he needed in that moment. The World Heavyweight Champion described the night as perfect, stating that it panned out exactly how he had imagined. All that was exactly what I'd imagined it was going to be, but it comes with a lot of pitfalls. It's like a super high pressure situation, and especially with me, because I was so vocal about it for so long, it was pretty heavy. Bret Hart grabbed me right before I went out and had some words for me, and then Taker, bless his soul, brings the mood, just snapped me right back into it because he grabbed me and went, well, don't fuck this up. I was just like, that's actually what I needed right now, because everybody is giving me these heartfelt speeches and like hugging me, and people are emotional and I'm crying. He kind of just brought back the levity, and oh yeah, okay, sometimes we take ourselves too seriously, and even though this is a pretty heavy moment, I was feeling the pressure. I initially am just wrestling in front of thousands of people in my underwear, but yeah, to me it was a perfect night. It was everything I thought it was going to be, and it was everything that needed to be. He also addressed the night 1, night 2 situation and compared himself to other legends that have wrestled on night 1 of WrestleMania, bringing up The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin wrestled on night 1, and they wouldn't say it was any different than wrestling on the night 2 main event. So why should I? Flip-flop. Anyway, Punk also spoke with Ross Tucker for a new interview and spoke about the match with Roman Reigns. He noted that the difference between himself and Reigns is their approaches to wrestling and more. On the difference between him and Reigns, he says, Roman likes to do cinema. I like to do pro wrestling. I like to get dirty. I like bloody, gnarly fights. I like punching people in the face. I'm the guy that sticks the toothpaste back in the tube where everybody thinks they know what's going on, and behind the scenes, I'm the guy that blurs the line. On facing Reigns at WrestleMania, when I am across from a guy like Roman Reigns, I like to think I bring the best out of him. When I'm in the ring with people, they know they got to step up. When I have a microphone in my hand, they know they got to come correct and they got to match that energy. So I'm looking just forward to superstar versus superstar in the main event of WrestleMania, and let the crowd boo or cheer or do whatever they want. I just know it's going to be loud and it's going to be a show. That flip-flopping shit about the WrestleMania Night 1 shit is hilarious to me. It's so Punk. It's so Punk to go back on that. And I said it in a wrestling promo. You guys took me seriously? Yeah, my nigga. All right, sure. That's why you're comparing yourself to Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock. Two people have main evented the real night 1 or the real only night of WrestleMania before. Yes, they are okay with main eventing night 1 of WrestleMania because they've already done it. So funny. He's so funny.
Musty Phil being Musty Phil again.
Hey, he did get proven right about Hangman this week, so I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, I mean by default, unfortunately. Yeah. I don't know. It's just, with Punk, and it's the same thing with Punk, like the same shit, like flip-flopping, goes back on his word. This is why people kind of always get a gotcha on Punk. I remember somebody was like upset on Twitter where they were like, people always trying to look for a gotcha on Phil. I'm like, because he does it to himself. Don't be like this person to say shit and then you go back on your word. Like, it doesn't matter even if it was on a wrestling promo. You cut a wrestling promo on a different company, shutting on the other company. So, I mean, what, now people are not supposed to use that against you? Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, Phil is Phil. Phil's always going to be Phil. We do got a super chat donation from our main man, Chuck Berries. Thank you so much, Chuck Berries, for the support. He says, yet another thing that Roman can hang on Punk's head is that because of Roman, CM Punk made it to the main event at WrestleMania 2 years in a row. True. Yes. He's like, you would have never got your dream if it wasn't for me. Chuck Berry says another super chat donation as well, talking about Cody from SmackDown. He says, to be fair to Cody, I didn't think it was as offensive or even racist as POTUS this week as usual, but I didn't feel as though it was needed in this promo. Oh, it's definitely needed in the promo because that's the only thing that people's going to remember from the promo. The promo otherwise would have been in a sea of other fired up babyface promos from Cody. So I like everything that I said. I still stand by, but it was the best line from the promo.
Yeah, and then also to be fair, Cody's never going to be as offensive as POTUS. That's the Orange Man, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. But I mean, again. It wasn't a situation where I wasn't offended. It was cringe, but I can also see why people were offended. Like, I think it's kind of valid, especially if we make a good argument by it. Because it's like, you know, like Sid made fair points about it, but you know, hopefully he learns from it. You live and you learn. Just don't do that shit again.
Please get that shit out of here, yo. We got chilling with Chase in the chat. Good to see you, brother. He says this is why Roman is a GOAT. Took this indie darling to the main event twice. No one else could have taken this schmuck to the main event. Only the OTC. Acknowledge him. Acknowledge our OTC. Indeed. We love you, Roman. You're the GOAT. You're officially the GOAT. You are the GOAT after that 4-day run where you buried creative, then said suck my dick and win the Royal Rumble, and then said suck my dick again and I'm gonna bury all your other top stars. Only this guy matters because I hate him. The 2026 WWE Royal Rumble is now in the books, and a new report has early details on plans for 2027 iteration. The Royal Rumble took place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia over the weekend, with Roman Reigns and Liv Morgan winning the men's and women's matches. WrestleVotes Radio on Fightful Select reports some early discussions backstage in WWE around next year's show. According to sources in the company, the general chatter in WWE is that next year's show is likely headed back to the US in a stadium. That is not a major surprise. The Rumble has taken place in the US every year except the first, which was in Ontario, Canada. That said, WWE has been hosting more and more PLEs overseas in recent years. It was also reported that the belief is the 2027 iteration will still be a one-night show. WWE has had discussion in the past about expanding the Rumble to 2 nights, similar to WrestleMania and SummerSlam, but that does not appear to be happening next year, at least as of now. I think that's going to change. WWE has not yet announced a date for the 2027 Royal Rumble. The only 2027 date announced so far is WrestleMania 43, taking place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So we shall see what happens there. But the Royal Rumble had a big debut. As previously reported, former AEW star Powerhouse Hobbs made his WWE debut last weekend at the Royal Rumble under his new name of Royce Keys. For fans who were wondering where Keys will end up following his WWE debut, Body Slam Plus has an update on which roster Keys will be featured on. According to the report, Keys was expected to be backstage at WWE Raw on Monday, February 9th at the Rocket Arena in Cleveland, Ohio. However, the report also notes that the word has surfaced that Keys is expected to be part of the SmackDown roster moving forward. If the report is accurate, it appears that Keys might be circumventing NXT and going straight to the main WWE roster. WWE has not yet announced which roster Royce Keys will be part of as of yet. Keys entered number 14, I believe, in the men's Rumble match at last weekend's event. He also pulled off a huge elimination with former World Heavyweight Champion Damian Priest. He was later eliminated from the match by the Vision's Bronson Reed. Finally, you got John Cena, who has been a name that has been discussed for the Hall of Fame coming up WrestleMania 42 weekend. He is officially retired, but don't expect him to be inducted into the Hall of Fame right away, according to a new report. As you know, he was retired at Saturday Night's Main Event last December. The match capped off his 26-year career in the ring. Cena's retirement has led to some fans speculating that his retirement will be capped off with a WWE Hall of Fame induction at WrestleMania 42. However, WrestleVotes Radio on Fightful Select say that this is not the plan as of now. According to the outlet, sources in WWE note that Cena is not expected to be part of this year's Hall of Fame. Stephanie McMahon was announced as the first member of the 2026 Hall of Fame class at WrestlePalooza last September. The report notes that most in the company expect her to be the headliner for this year's Hall of Fame. As most would expect, the company will continue the Immortal Moments category that kicked off last year by inducting a new one this year. Last year saw Steve Austin versus Bret Hart at WrestleMania 13 as the first ever Immortal Moment inducted into the Hall, and the Hall of Fame ceremony will take place over WrestleMania 42 weekend. Someone who might be included into the Hall of Fame this year around WrestleMania 42 weekend is the officially now retired Big E. Big E has not wrestled since suffering a career-threatening neck injury during a tag match on SmackDown in March 2022. Nearly 4 years on, he has officially made it clear that he is retired from in-ring competition. He has been working as an analyst for WWE PLEs. It's a role that Big E seems perfectly fit for, and it's not a surprise that he is having a blast at it. While fans continue to hope against hope that he'd return to the square circle someday, he is focused on other things and is effectively retired. During a recent interaction with Compass on The Beat, the 39-year-old reflected on his successful transition from pro wrestler to analyst. He stated, "It's been good. It's something I really enjoy, something I didn't think I necessarily was going to do when my career was over, but it's been a blast, man. I get to be part of what we're doing in WWE and do it in a different way. I've been enjoying being part of helping people be more informed about what they're about to see or what they just saw." The former WWE champion added, "And it's helped prepare me for other roles in broadcasting as well. So not something I had on my radar when my career was wrapping up, but I'm really enjoying it." When asked if his in-ring career was effectively over, Big E said, "I'm content. You know, in wrestling, they always say never say never. They always say never say never, but right now I'm retired, and that for me is it. So I'm focused on other things right now." Following the news of his comments making their way online, the New Day member posted to his Twitter account to reflect on his career, and he said, "I entered the pro wrestling industry at age 23 with an injury history that included a torn left ACL, torn right ACL, torn left pec, and a broken right patella. At 39, I'm well aware that I will one day have to pay the piper. I put my body through a lot, and somehow I feel great. I don't battle daily pain. I'm able to function normally and healthfully. I'm eternally grateful for the wonderful career I stumbled into. I pray for all my fellow athletes and performers who have not had the same fortune. A sincere thank you to everyone who has taken their time to follow my in-ring career. It was an immeasurable gift to get to perform for you all." The WWE star has not wrestled since suffering a broken neck during a match on the March 11, 2022 episode of SmackDown. Big E is one of like the most entertaining big men that's ever walked into the wrestling industry, and we got a run in. Hello. Say hi, Josh.
Hi, Josh. Nick, I got you.
That's what you got for Josh?
Yes, a bunny plushie.
Oh, your bunny plushie. You happy, huh?
Yes.
Good. Tell everybody hi.
Josh, I got my funny pet toy.
I'm glad you got it. You happy, right?
Happy.
Love the run-ins. Any quick thoughts on Big E announcing his retirement?
I'm just glad that Big E is okay. And I'm glad that he's content with where he's at now. At least he's healthy. He's, at least we know he's okay. And I prefer that. I prefer him to be okay because, when he had that neck injury, it was scary. But, he knows that he's lucky. He knows that he's very fortunate when it comes to that. And as far as his in-ring stuff, Big E has some high moments. He had some great moments. He had some high moments. And I think now that he's at a place where, he gets to enjoy what he gets to enjoy. And at least he's healthy. I think no matter what, as long as he's able to walk, as long as he's able to function, he's able to do what he wants to do. I prefer that for Big E than anything. So, shout outs to a great career. And I'm happy that he's content. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, as long as he's healthy, he's happy. I think that he's had a great career, and it's worthy of being in the Hall of Fame. So I think that he would be at the top of my list of guys to put in the Hall of Fame this year. But we shall see if that happens this year or in the coming years. But we got lastly to note, we do have a super chat donation here from our good brother Chilling with Chase, who says Harlem Tax, and she brought the return of WWE legend The Bunny. What a treat.
Oh, God.
WWE legend, indeed. I agree. Much agreed. But it's time for our C-level WWE shows. Josh, are you ready?
Sure.
Let's run through it. You have WWE AAA on Fox. The show featured LL Joe kicking off the broadcast with Hiromu Takahashi saying that he will get his shot at the AAA Mega Championship at Reina de Reyes on March 14th, which led to Dominic Mysterio appearing on the Titantron to accept the challenge and stating that Vikingo will never get another shot as long as he is champion if he loses. La Parka picked up a win over Aerostar, Jack Cartwheel, and Apollo Crews in a solid four-way matchup to qualify for the Reina de Reyes matchup on March 14th. Lola Vice defeated La Hydra with Mr. Iguana as special guest referee, while TJP made his official debut in AAA under WWE contract reportedly and scored a victory over Chris Carter, Ail de la Flor, and Mini Vikingo to become the number one contender for the AAA Cruiserweight Championship. Post-match, El Eljo came out to attack Mini Vikingo and then laid him out thanks to Omos. Then over in TNA world, TNA Thursday Night Impact, the show features Steve Maclin saying goodbye after being fired in Feast or Fire, saying goodbye to the locker room and the audience. This led to Mike Santana thanking Maclin for being the first man to test him and the bond that they created when he came back and being so selfless for everything he sacrificed for TNA, which led to Maclin attacking Santana backstage. This was, he got thrown out of the building after this. Elsewhere, you had the Righteous. They picked up a win over their first win in TNA. Then Vincent and Dutch offered to team with the Hardys at No Surrender against Order 4, which the Hardys accepted. However, the system jumped Matt and Jeff Hardy backstage. Finally, we had Santana came out to cut a promo about Maclin attacking him, saying that this TNA World Title changes everyone, but the TNA World Champion was attacked by the system until the Hardys and then the returning Moose made the save to close the program. Trey Miguel picked up a win over the debuting Adam Brooks. Post-match, Channing Stacks Lorenzo laid out Miguel after blasting him with the TNA National Championship. You had Order 4's Mustafa Ali and Tasha Steele beat Jada Stone and Elijah in a mixed tag team matchup, while the Angel Warriors and Indy Hartwell scored a victory over the Elegance brand in a trios action. Post-match, the Elegance brand laid out the baby faces, getting a measure of revenge. Over on Evolve on Wednesday, the show featured Jackson Drake beating Cam Hendricks to retain the WWE Evolve Men's Championship after an assist from Team ID fighting off the Team PC. Post-match, Cappuccino Jones announced his intentions of challenging Drake for the Men's Evolve Championship. Tyra May Steeles picked up a win over Carly Bright in the opener, while Dante Chen scored a victory over Trill London in singles competition, and Drake Monroe beat Sam Holloway in a solid Haas fight as well. And then finally, you had NXT on Tuesday. They did good ratings, I think 629,000 viewers. The show featured Joe Hendry beating Ricky Saints, Kiana Carver, Shiloh Hill, Jackson Drake, Sean Legacy, and Dion Lennox in a wild 6-way ladder match to win the NXT Championship. This was a good way to close the show. One of the better matches they've had on NXT TV so far this year. Meanwhile, Shawn Michaels appointed Robert Stone the interim NXT GM after the departure of Ava. Izzy Dame picked up a win over Lola Vice and Thea Hale in a good 3-way matchup to retain the NXT Women's North American Championship after outside interference from Kalani Jordan injuring Lola. Elio de la Flor scored a victory over Charlie Dempsey to move on in the WWE Speed #1 Contenders Tournament, while Channing Stacks Lorenzo and Lexis King beat Chase U. Post-match, Uriah Connors turned his back on Chase U to join forces with Stacks and King. The Elegance brand made their way to NXT as they defeated Zaruka to retain the TNA Knockouts World Tag Team Championships after an errant soul snatcher by Ruka on Zarya, following them having miscommunications throughout the entire matchup after Zarya was pissed off with Soul for going into the Royal Rumble without telling her. Later, Fatal Influence came out so JC Jane could call out Sol Ruka for eliminating her from the Royal Rumble, but Zarya came out instead to challenge the NXT Women's Champion. This brought out Kendall Gray with Ren Sinclair, who was also looking for the next shot at the gold, until Sol Ruka joined the fray to call out Zarya for being pissy with her. This led to interim NXT GM Robert Stone coming out to announce Ren QCC versus Zaruka, with the woman who gets the winning fall moving on to get a shot at Zayn for the NXT Women's Championship in 3 weeks' time in Atlanta, Georgia. A lot to impact there. We'll start with TNA. What did you think about Steve Maclin saying goodbye, but also starting a feud with Mike Santana?
Is he fired or not? Like,
I don't know, because I think Sean Ross Sapp did a Fightful Select Q&A where he was like, people in TNA believe he's like done with the company, but I guess he's doing one more program for the TNA World Title.
that shit was all over the place on Thursday. There was that, and then the other dumb shit. This fucking loser is still in this feud with this girl. What was that?
Like, Mara Sade and Ryan Nemeth, yeah, doing a Mr. Perfect vignette.
So we just had this man clothesline her, and then they do this like if none of it just happened. TNA.
Hey, I will say the last 3 weeks has been much better than the premiere episode, but it hasn't been banger episodes. I saw somebody say some stupid shit like that online. They've had three back-to-back banger episodes and no one's talking about it because they ran off all the audience. That's why. Yeah,
and it's like, what's a banger? You know what I mean? Like, what's considered a banger? Because I could tell you the last 2 weeks,
people don't understand words. I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, it's been better. Like, compared to like the first episode, it's been better. But again, that's not a hard ladder to climb to pass that. Like, what are we doing? But I felt like it was all over the place. Like on Thursday, it was like, oh, this happened and now this is happening, and oh, aren't they in the feud? And then this happens. Oh, okay. Like, you know, then Moose is making a big deal. Oh, I'm back. I'm like, bro, you were gone for like a week. It's not that big of a
You literally got attacked like 2 weeks ago. You're like, it's not a big deal.
Like, what are we doing? You know, and in the righteous stuff, I can't get behind it. I'm trying to give these guys a chance. I can't get behind it. It's not entertaining. I like the fact that people say, I like the righteous, but yet they can never tell me why they like them.
Nope. It's a mystery. Mystery to them and a mystery to us all. What did you think about NXT with Joe Hendry winning the NXT championship in the ladder match?
I know how Mr. Bonda feels about that, but I actually found it more surprising than anything. I actually didn't mind it too much. I thought, just because I was like, oh shit, that's a nice surprise win. It was more so that I thought, like, you know, I kind of thought Ricky Saints will win it, just because I'm like, all right, they probably just gonna put back on Ricky, like, whatever. But going with Joe, I was like, oh, all right, like, I don't mind it in that capacity. I don't love it. I definitely don't hate it, but I actually don't mind it.
Yeah, I think it was a nice choice. It was good, not giving us kind of the obvious win, which would have been Ricky to me. So I like it. I would have preferred Keanu Carver winning because he feels he feels like he just got out of jail. Institutionalized, basically. He's very much coded in that way, and I enjoy it.
Once that ladder spot happened, I was like, yeah, he ain't winning.
Yeah, that was a gnarly fucking ladder spot for sure.
I was like, yeah, he ain't winning.
We got a couple of comments here. Chase saying, Josh, I could tell you I hate the Righteous. They do nothing for me. Their characters, I don't know what they're supposed to be. Yeah, pretty much.
They're freaking bootleg Wyatt family. That's what it is. People are like, oh, I like the creepy, spooky stuff. But what are they doing that's creepy, spooky? It's more of like hipster ecstasy. Like that's all it really gives me. Like there's nothing that they do that's like, all right, because even the promo they cut, there was a whole lot of nothing. I was like, okay, what are you saying? And I like Vincent. I like him, but it's like people were behind his team. Oh, I love him. Oh, I love the signing, but it's like none of the stuff they've done in TNA proves like, oh, TK fumble. No, it's like, oh, TK let you release you guys for a reason. That's what that gives me.
King Greg says they're the Manson family without murder. That's a good way to talk about it. Biggest news from the NXT world over the last week was Ava's time in WWE came to an end. New reports give details on her decision to leave, while noting WWE tried to entice her to stay. As reported last week, Ava announced that she had decided to not renew her deal with the company and was leaving, with last week's NXT being her last appearance. She has served as NXT general manager since January 2024. Dave Meltzer noted last Saturday's Wrestling Observer Radio that Ava did not have any particular reason for not re-signing other than she just didn't want to do it anymore. Meltzer cited several people in the company as saying such. Meltzer also noted that Ava's girlfriend, Tatiana Dumas, was recently cut by WWE, but it was not clear whether that factored into her decision to leave. It was made clear that Ava suggested in her announcement the decision was hers and WWE is not seeking to get rid of her. In fact, Body Slam Plus reports that according to sources, Ava was offered a pay increase to stay with them, but she turned it down. There are those within WWE who believe she will end up working with her parents, Dwayne The Rock Johnson and Danny Garcia, who own Seven Bucks production studio together and have produced most of The Rock's films since 2017. Meltzer also separately alluded to this, stating that WWE thought that she's probably going to end up working there. A new report has some new details on Ava's exit and her shutting down her Twitter account. The Wrestling Observer newsletter has confirmed previous reporting that the decision to leave was 100% Ava's as opposed to WWE, and she was offered a new deal with a raise that she turned down. The outlet notes that WWE had no thoughts of her moving her to the main roster, as they are happy with the work of Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis are doing as general managers for Raw and SmackDown. The decision is said to have come suddenly, and WWE didn't have any storyline related, simply announcing on Tuesday's show that Robert Stone is the interim GM. After Ava's exit, she posted to Twitter to write, "And now that I can say this with my full chest, fuck ICE and that entire administration." Big ups to her. She deleted her account soon after. The site reports that the account deletion was her decision and not WWE's. Like all talent, Ava had ownership of the account and could have changed the name to something different post WWE. The Wrestling Observer newsletter reiterates that Ava's girlfriend Tatiana Dumas was recently released by WWE, but there was no indication that her release had anything to do with Ava's decision. Big ups to Ava. What did you think about her leaving the company with her decision being in mind and all the tweet that sent shockwaves through probably WWE?
I was surprised at the timing of it because obviously she's there every week. But then she made that tweet and I was like, I'm not surprised. I could see where her moral grounds were just a lot higher than what she really wanted it to be going forward. To me, that's why, for me, I think that's why she didn't resign. I mean, hey, she stood on business, and I think that last tweet kind of proved it, in my opinion. And good for her. She's the daughter of one of the biggest stars in the industry. And she didn't give a fuck. So I like it.
Yep, I respect it. I 100% respect it because she stood on business. She immediately did the first thing. She was like, you know what? Fuck these guys. That was great. Great stuff. But we got more NXT news that we'll get into probably during the post show with me and Josh outside of the making of the BUM15. But speaking of the BUM15, I think it's about that time. For numbers 10 through 6 for the BUM15, Josh.
Oh, let me see. So we're gonna start off hot. Number 10. This is somebody that obviously I've been speaking for a long time. You know, even the chat has given me shit for this. But I want it to be very nice. I want it to be very, you know, very respectful. And I was like, you know what? I might take their word for it. Right? So number 10, it's Finn Balor. And I was not gonna remove him no matter what. So I kept my word. Anybody that knows me knows I'm a man of my word. So I said, hey, I'm not gonna take him out of the top 10. So I left him at number 10 for a reason. And for anybody that wants to argue, like, oh, it's the booking. Oh, you know, it's not his fault. You want to know what? It's 100% Finn's fault. Why? Because he chose to re-sign with WWE. He could have left. He easily could have left. He could have done Ricochet. And you know what? It's like, you know what? I'm still I'm still Prince Devitt. I can still fucking do this. You know what? Fuck you guys. I'm leaving. No, he chose to resign. So he knew what he was doing. And I can't feel bad for somebody that is like, you know what? He had the option. He had the freaking segue to leave. He chose not to leave. So whatever happens, that's on him. So everything that's been going on, it's on him. And we already know, like, hey, he had a great match with Punk. I'm not taking that away. But we all know his ass is losing. We all know he's losing, so we got to accept it. He's still going to be a loser no matter what. Like, so number 10, it's Finn Balor, you know? So people don't like it. Oh, well. Argue with your mama. Number 9. No, number 9. Believe me, I considered to have this person a lot higher. But I was like, you know what? I'm going to be a little bit nice. They're not going to be off the list, but I'm going to be a little bit nice. Our second female on the list, Raquel Rodriguez.
You kept the Judgment Day together.
You already know how I feel about Raquel. You're in the ring with one of the best performers. You had like 20 matches and they all sucked. And it's not because of something.
No, it's not. It's definitely
100% deserves to be on the fucking BUM15. And shout outs to Top Guy. He was preaching on Tuesday. So I really appreciate what he was saying. He finally turned to leave. I told him, I warned him. You were there. I told him, I'm like, yo, she's a bum. Like, what are you doing? She's a bum. He's like, no, let's give her a chance. And guess what? He saw the vision. He saw it. He saw I was right. She's a bum. Like, he saw it. So I'm glad he finally got around to it and he's accepted it. That's all I want everybody to do. Just accept it. She sucks in the ring. I'm sorry. Like, it is what it is. Female or not. I'm sorry. And then number 8. He's technically an employee. So that's why I still put him down on the list. Somebody I cannot stand, right? One time I did respect him. Don't get me wrong. I've met him a few times. He even rented at my job because I work at a storage company. He even rented there. Really nice guy. But then once he started getting those checks from WWE, it's like, oh man, this guy really sucks. Like, his opinions really, really suck. And wow, he's such a, like, man, he's a massive cocksucker for this company. Wow. Peter Rosenberg, number 8.
He should be much higher. He should be much fucking higher.
No, he should be. Believe me. But there's a reason why the top 5 is special for me. It's very special for me. So I'm like, I can't put him top 5, but it's like, you know what? I could put him top 10. He's easily top 10. So So number 8, Peter Rosenberg. Number 7, I will argue that this person probably should have been hired too. But again, this top 5 is special for me. So I'm like, all right, I gotta figure out a way that, you know, he's still gonna be up there. He's just not gonna be like low. He's not gonna be high. But you know what? He needs to be on this list. Just like I said about Peter Rosenberg, you know, he is a massive ass kisser. I will tell you that. And I think a lot of his takes are not only really bad, but you could see where it goes. He even blocked my colleague over here, you know. Bully Ray, number 7. He technically still wrestles, so hey.
I mean, yeah, he counts. And yes, he blocked me because I called him out for always trying to hold down younger wrestlers and not being very creative at all.
Yo, I had to put him. I'm like, no, there's no way. I cannot do this list without putting this fucking guy who loves to kiss. He loves to kiss WWE's ass because he's a Hall of Famer. And then every time somebody comes up, hey, Will Ospreay, he's a good wrestler. I can't wait. He goes to WWE. I can't wait till these guys go to WWE.
He did the same shit. He couldn't even let Brie Bella get her moment. He immediately goes, oh yeah, Brie Bella she's so, you know, it's so great to see her. Brian's coming next.
Like, bro, you're not getting a creative job with WWE. Like, your creative sucks because it's all the same shit. Huh, let's get this man to a brawl. No, you killed Ring of Honor, and look what happened. Look what happened to Ring of Honor in 2019. You're responsible for that. Look at the fucking MSG. You're responsible for that. So fuck you, Bully Ray. Number 7. Number 6. Right? I could argue too that this person should have been higher, but I'm like, number 6 is still a good spot. Very deserving. This is also another person who also has blocked SP3.
A lot of these bums block me, apparently.
Zelina Vega, number 6. She's been wrestling for how many years and still is like in level 1. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
She has not improved since her days as Rosetta on freaking TNA.
Yo, and there's a whole thing on the radio when you see the clear botch. Like, oh, she broke Chelsea Green's nose, and it was a clear botch, and they kept showing. Yeah. Oh boy.
She blocked me because she's not only a bad wrestler, she seems like a very sensitive person. Like, if you talk about her booking, she blocks you because I never tagged her or anything. I was having a conversation with Stephanie Hypes about why Zelina Vega didn't deserve a shot at the WWE Women's Championship because she hadn't won a matchup in a year, and she got upset and blocked me because of that.
Yeah, I remember that. And it was just like, it was a very simple criticism. And it reminded you, people were saying that too, like, hey, she's getting a title match when she hasn't won in like 3-4 years. Like, this is what we're doing. Like, it was a fair take. And it wasn't even a criticism to her. It was a criticism
of her booking.
Yeah, it was her booking and creative. And then she blocked you. And I was like, you know what? You know, I've been calling her for a bum a long time. And I stand by that. This is why she's number 6.
Yes, she has basically like everything you hear about Mercedes Moné having like an attitude towards people. And my missus has confirmed this. And like I've said multiple times, my missus worked in WWE. Zelina has the similar reputation of not being very nice to people and fans and people in the locker room without the credentials of a Mercedes Moné. So that makes it even worse.
She almost broke Rhea's neck.
Yes.
Wow, almost breaking
Rhea's neck. Broke Chelsea Green's nose. Like, come on. What are we talking about?
Absolute bum. Absolute bum.
Very bum behavior. And yes, Harley Cameron is already better than Zelina Vega. Yes.
100%. 100%. And at least with Cameron, I could give her some grace. But the fact that she's improved, an amount of time that she's improved, and Zelina hasn't, should tell you something.
Yes.
Probably stick to Twitch.
I think Cresta is not even awake yet because I'm just checking my message where I sent her the link like 4 hours ago. She still hasn't seen that message, so too bad. I really wanted her to be here when we crapped all over Zelina. Damn.
You can replay it back. She probably can still be upset, but hey, it's a good content right there.
We missed you, Cresta, on this one. We wanted to hear you have a response to shit on Zelina Vega. But that was 10 through 6 of the Bum 15. Scroll back to the beginning of the show if you missed 15 through 11. But we will give you the top 5 when we are done with what we missed. We were going to do TikTok time, but Krssi Luv is not here. She had an emergency, so I don't know if she sent me to send her the link, but she also told me that she's dealing with an emergency at the same time. So I don't know if we should send her the link or not. I don't know, but we'll see. But if she does show up, then we'll do TikTok time. But for now, let's finish up with what we missed, and let's go over to the AEW verse. AEW, you had Collision last Saturday. AEW Collision was a very, very busy show indeed, but it was highlighted by Mark Briscoe versus Tommaso Ciampa, where Ciampa defeated Briscoe in a straight up banger to win the TNT Championship. You also had Darby Allin. He picked up a win over Clark Connors in a great opener to the show. Post-match, Gabe Kidd made his return to attack Darby. Kidd and Connors placed the steel steps on Darby's ribs before Gabe promised to put him in the dirt. You had the Rascals made their AEW in-ring debut as they picked up a win over the Crew in a very good matchup. Orange Cassidy and Timeless Tony Storm scored a victory over Gino Medina and Lady Bird Monroe in a quick matchup. Post-match, Wheeler Yuta and Marina Shafir, the Death Riders, jumped Storm and Cassidy until they tried to cut Orange's hair, and Tony made the save. This led to Storm and OC challenging the Death Riders to a mixed tornado tag hair versus hair match at Grand Slam Australia. Kazuchika Okada beat Adam Priest in a rock-solid bout to retain the AEW International Championship, while Babes of Wrath picked up a win over Sisters of Sin to retain the AEW Women's World Tag Team Championships in the main event. Post-match, Tekla and Mega Bad jumped Sisters of Sin in a beatdown on Babes of Wrath and Chris Statlander to stand tall to close the program. Then over that Collision episode did its highest rating in like 2 months. They did 492,000 viewers, which was really up from the 253,000 they did the week prior. And then we had another great rating for AEW Dynamite this week. Last week they did 653,000 viewers. This week was up a little bit to 654,000 viewers. The show featured the Don Callis families, Konosuke Takeshita, El Clone, and Josh Alexander, beating the Death Riders in a very good trios opener. Post-match, you had Takeshita stake his claim for the AEW Continental Championship. He will face Moxley for the gold at Grand Slam Australia next Saturday. Hangman Adam Page picked up a win over Mark Davis in another very good bout on the show to qualify for the AEW World Title #1 contenders match at Grand Slam Australia. Post-match, Hangman stated that he wanted his friend Kenny Omega at Grand Slam Australia and promised to stomp the future kids out of MJF's balls. But then in what was the match of the night, you had Andrade El Idolo for the second week in a row defeat a former AEW World Champion as he picked up a win over Kenny Omega in an absolutely phenomenal encounter between these two men to qualify to face Hangman Adam Page in the #1 contenders match at Grand Slam Australia, thanks to a distraction from Swerve Strickland, who tried to stop Andrade from using a screwdriver, and as well as Andrade using a low blow to pick up the victory. Post-match, you had Omega and Swerve. They got in each other's faces and had a shoving match before they were separated by the officials. Mega Bad pulled off an upset as they beat the Babes of Wrath to earn a shot at the AEW Women's World Tag Team Championships at Grand Slam Australia. Ricochet had a crazy week indeed as he caused a whole bunch of ruckus with WWE fans on social media and beat Jack Perry in a rock solid bout to retain the AEW national title. But the big topic of discussion from this episode was Brody King defeating AEW World Champion MJF in 77 seconds after an epic fuck ice chant from the Las Vegas fans. And then he basically chokes out MJF after he was distracted by Hangman Adam Page, hits him with the cannonball and then the Gonzo bomb and beats him in 1 minute and 17 seconds to earn a shot at the AEW World Title next Saturday at Grand Slam Australia. Post-match, you had Andrade attack Brody and MJF before Hangman took his head off with a buckshot lariat, but he got low blowed by MJF, only for King to drop the champ with another Gonzo bomb to stand tall to end the show. What back-to-back episodes of AEW Dynamite that just smashed it out of the park. Loved Collision as well this week with the Mark Briscoe and Tommaso Ciampa matchup. What did you think about Collision and then Dynamite from this past Wednesday?
Collision was great. I was able to watch it live. I usually watch Collision back because sometimes I'm always doing something on Saturday night. But I was able to watch it live this time because I think, what was it? Last weekend, oh yeah, because I went to the convention, so I was able to get back on time for that. Because when I came home, it was right at the tail end of the Royal Rumble, so Roman Reigns just like won. So when I got back home, so I was able to watch Collision. Collision was great. It was a great episode. Tommaso Ciampa, oh my, that match, Psycho Killer never left. This is what we've wanted from WWE. We did get an NXT, but in the main roster, we didn't really get it as much because he was paired up with Johnny. This is kind of why he left. He wanted
the Miz. People forget that he was paired up with the Miz before Johnny.
Oh my god! It's crazy. I totally forgot about that, and now it's like I'm getting PTSD while talking about this. Fuck, that was bad. Like, damn. No, but the match was fucking. That match was incredible, and honestly, I'm not even mad that Ciampa won because I thought it was the right call. Just because I'm like, you want something hot, you want something prominent, because Mark was doing some great stuff, no matter what. Like, I thought he was great for what he was in the time that he was champion, and this was no different because that was a banger of a fucking match from both dudes, and the way how everything just came together, it was just insane. Like, this man left last Monday, WWE. He left last Monday, shows up on Wednesday, and then becomes a champion. Less than a week after he left. That itself writes itself. And I thought that was great. Dynamite was also great too. A lot of things that they've been doing great. The title scene picture, I thought they've been doing a phenomenal job when it comes to that. There are some things that I do feel like maybe they need to still figure out, like the women, like
the women's division.
Yeah, like they still need to figure out like a real kind of direction. Like, yeah, women are being used more, and they are being used more. They are being used to the best ability. However, you want things to be cleaned up, you know what I mean? There needs to be real direction when it comes to the tag team division, when it comes to the TBS title picture, when it comes to the World Championship picture. There needs to be real clear direction when it comes to those things. But they still killed it too, and the pairing between Toni Storm and Orange Cassidy, my God, I fucking absolutely love it. It's fucking great. And then what we got, the freaking, Andrade, Omega, man, that was crazy. That match, not only was a great match, but Andrade winning, oof.
That surprised the hell out of me. I was not expecting Andrade to win. I was like, the best case scenario was a time limit draw, and then they just shocked me with that.
Yeah, and then I'm like, I even wrote in the chat, I'm like, damn, Paul fumbled? You telling me he fumbled? Oh no, like, but and then the fucking main event, oh my god, like, I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was pretty genius because
Yeah.
I thought it was genius because again, what people were there were some people who were saying like, oh, this is a world champion, whatever the case may be. However, you got to see how he lost. Like he was distracted. Brody did what he did. He won because he was distracted, and I thought that was played perfectly. Not only that it, that was done perfectly, but people have been talking about like, hey, let's push other people. You're giving a nice little push for Brody King. This makes him look like a complete badass. We know he was a badass, but the fact that you were able to beat a world champion in less than 2 minutes was, hey, that was great. Great stuff. I wasn't mad about it, and obviously we got the chance before the match actually started. We had that great MJF meme now where he's just like looking around. And the reports were like, oh, he looks startled. I'm like, it's a work, guys. Like, it's funny that real reporters are reporting on that. Like, it caught big national attention on that. And it's just,
I think it was NBC News. NBC News reported on that.
NBC out of all places reported on that. That's pretty wild that happened. But we're at a point, we're again, where this country is at right now is not where I wish it was at. But if we could escape doing certain things to have our voices heard, this was a good way to do it, of our frustration and how we feel, how a lot of us feel. And that goes a long way. That's that thing people want, that it spoke volumes, and again, great. It was a great main event. And all around, I thought it hit every mark that it needed some hit.
Yeah, great episode of AEW Dynamite. And even through emergencies, she said she's gonna show up. She's in the backstage area. Give me the thumbs up if you're ready. She is ready. The one and only princess of all the true heels, Miss Krssi Luv, has arrived. How you doing, Miss Krssi?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You did break up just now, but I can hear you.
Okay. You can hear me. Okay. As long as you can hear me, I mean, I have like my AirPods in, but I hope I'm not breaking up or lagging for people. But yeah, my son got injured yesterday at karate class, and I was in the ER since like 8:30 last night. I have not been home, so yeah.
Ooh.
He's admitted. He dislocated his clavicle from his I can't remember the whole logistics, but it's dislocated like right here, and he has to have surgery now. So what the plan I was supposed to do was take him to the job fair that I have been happy because I have not even been home since last night.
Oh my
So
God.
so yeah, and I was like, oh shit, I never told you guys, and I was like, oh, well, I can pop on for a few minutes while I'm sitting here because we're just waiting to see when they're gonna do the surgery. But he's okay. He's in good spirits, but he's we're here.
Well, send him some love in the chat, y'all. I already sent you, the love. I hope he's gonna be okay. He's got you, so he's got the best mom possible there by his side. But damn, that sounds horrible. I know he was in pain.
Yeah, he's in a little. I mean, they just gave him some more meds, but he can't raise his left hand. Left arm, excuse me, because that's all connected all in one way. So they just trying to figure out like what's the next steps,
Yeah, we got a bunch of people in
But
the
what a
chat
week,
sending you the best, saying
Thank
hello,
you, guys.
Krssi. Well wishes to your son, Negro Buck, as well, saying, hey, Krssi, wishing little man the best. We got our driver finisher that says best wishes and prayers to your son, Krssi.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate you guys. So work is never done,
That is the 24-hour job of being a parent. Yes.
For sure. So not that much sleep, but hey, here we are. He got karate. Yes, he did. He got karate. Yeah, they were doing techniques. They were doing techniques, and he got karate. So here he is right there. Say hi to everybody.
Hey, we hope you feel better. Best
said they hope you
wishes
feel
to
better.
you.
He said thanks.
Even
So,
you
yeah,
even
so
got a super
someone,
chat, love.
oh,
Krssi
thanks.
text
See,
from Negro Buck.
shit, with this bill, I'm sure it's gonna be as hell.
Yes. Yes.
hmm
Anytime one of my kids get hurt, I'm just like walk it off because I don't want to pay
Yeah.
the bill. So, gotta be serious. Gotta be serious. Gotta be serious.
It got to be like the last resort for us to come here. Oh my God! Like it had. I was
Yeah.
like, so we had no choice but to come.
Well, we appreciate you for coming here. We got another one from Call Me Mr. Bonda saying, "Get well soon,
Thank you.
little
Thank
bro,"
you, guys.
with the pray hands emoji and the hearts emoji as well.
And I was like, I don't even have my laptop. I was like, I could join on my phone. So I was like, let's see, let's just try and see how this works. So yeah. So hopefully it's all good. What did I miss?
We do appreciate you. We talked all about WWE and Roman Reigns and CM Punk burying Cody Rhodes and Drew McIntyre. Cody Rhodes awful, trying to be
Promo
black
last
in
night.
Black History Month. Yeah.
Since when does he ever use Devontae? Now it's like he's Devontae?
No, he's Raheem.
No, he used
up here.
Raheem. Raheem. I forgot. We
Raheem.
called him Devontae over here.
Yeah, we call him
Raheem.
Devontae here on this podcast.
Right.
But he's apparently Raheem now. Black History
I only
Month.
saw like a few. Yes, Black History. I only seen a few snippets from last night's show, so I didn't get to see everything because I was here. So I saw the ending. First of all, they kicked it out of the park with that promo with exchange between CM Punk and Roman. The show was trash, but thank God for that promo because that saved their asses. I was like, what are we doing here? The whole show was just garbage. And it's so sad because it's like we just came from the Royal Rumble and it's supposed to be like a lit show. We should be like, but the show wasn't even that good either. So, the Royal Rumble was like like I don't know if it's the worst, but it's up there as one of the worst. I think if you take the last part of the women and then you put some of the men in the beginning and ending, you probably would have had a good Rumble. But both, I think the women were only good after, I hate to say that, the trash ass Bella twins, but they came in.
Come on, Chrissy's in a hospital. Come on, she's in a hospital.
First of all, no one asked for her sister to come. I don't even know who authorized this. You already know how I fucking feel about the first one. Now you bring the second one. Now we got to deal with two Bellas. Then they did a trash ass promo. Now they're supposed to be like,
yo, it's
are
crazy.
they good? Are they bad?
Yeah, I
sorry.
totally skipped that part from the Raw recap.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't mean to hurt people. I just, that was.
No, I'm saying it. No, it's funny. No, like it's great that you brought it up because it was like, oh, you see, it was so bad that we didn't. Bring it up.
I mean, you should stay home with Birdie and little Daniel, like whatever their names. I'm so sorry if I messed up their names. We don't need. I mean, even though
it's Birdie and Buddy.
We go. Even though she is the better wrestler, but that's saying a lot.
That's a take. So I mean, hey, we're just talking about AEW. Did you watch?
Oh my
Dynamite
God,
this week?
they hit it out of the park this week. Bravo to see Tony Khan. When you do certain things, you got to keep doing it the right way, and you keep doing it. I want you to just keep using this formula. Now, if we can get a little bit more, if we could just only get Willow out of this suffering tag team, we'd be all right. And I hate that.
I loved Andrade and Omega. I loved
that was great.
The matches were all good to great throughout the episode, but the best thing that happened on the show was the fuck ice shit.
Yeah, oh my. I think once you start doing that in like random locations and it's on like for no reason, that means people are like F all of this and they're like fed up. But I can't really blame the people that are fed up because this is not what they wanted. I blame the people that, wanted this administration to be in office. So I have to point my finger at those people. Nevertheless, that was amazing. And you couldn't even really blur it out because Yes, F Ice. If it was on the other show, they probably would have blurted out. I promise you.
Oh yeah, yeah. They are part of the administration. They would have
They're
definitely
part.
blurred that out.
It's really sad that they are a part of the problem, and they're the reason that that person is there. But whatever. We're not going to talk about
Very
that.
true. Very
But
true.
what a way to put Brody over. I mean, whoever's idea was that, bravo. Because I was like, damn, Brody got to lose. I was like, dag, like, how we going to let Brody just like lose? Like, but I love that they let him win. And it was a squash. Like they let him, like, it was like 2 seconds and it was over. I was like, well, usually AEW will go over like to 10-15.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
the commentary put that
Yeah, they
over
called it.
ridiculously. They was like,
Yeah.
we're gonna stay with this match as long as it goes, and then boom, 77 seconds.
Like, oh,
Right,
never
like,
mind.
never mind. Right. And then the show went off. I was like, oh my God. And then you had like him just laying on the ground, just like really like pissed. But I'm really happy for Brody, even though he probably won't win the next match. But I'm happy that this was done.
Yeah.
This was great. Oh my God. Kenny Omega and Andrade.
Fantastic.
Like the fact that they're pushing Andrade after he was in prison for like how long now? Like he was in like shackles. He was in slave. He was in bondage.
He was in Guantanamo Bay.
He was in Polkatras. So
Yo, he was in bondage, son. Like what are we doing here? Like, but the fact that they're pushing him, that's like he lost to 2 top AEW former champions. Come on.
Yep.
Come on. Now,
Could
will
make
he
it
win?
3 next Saturday.
That's what I'm saying. Like, are we gonna make it 3 for 3 next Saturday? I'm like, oh my God. I wouldn't be mad at it though. If he
I wouldn't
wins.
either.
I would, because it's not gonna hurt the other guys.
No. You
not gonna
already
hurt the other-
established Andrade bigger than he did the first time, like his first run in AEW.
Right.
You already
Like they make
established
him.
him as a big
And
deal.
I don't think we've ever seen Andrade this push since NXT.
Yeah. And he's much better than that Andrade too, because his
Right.
he looks ridiculous. Like he looks like a Lothario and an Adonis. Like Don Callis saying like he looks like he should be in a romance novel riding a horse. That was hilarious.
Now this is what got him in trouble, but that's neither here nor there. That's why his last marriage just messed up. But whatever, we're gonna capitalize off of that.
Hey, I love the character. I love the character right now.
I like it. I like that the girls that he has like 3 random girls that they pick out of the crowd or whatever, or they pick and just bring them there and they like just rub all over him. Great, but yes, he does look like he needs to be on a book on a horse, and to save these poor ladies, that's like housewives. So it's great.
Yeah.
Question. So we finally got this is out of the thing. So we finally got Jimmy back on TV. Now, could he not travel because he was like on travel ban, like he's still on parole, or is he good?
No,
Like what's happening?
From what it was like personal reasons. So
Okay.
maybe something with Trent.
Because he was going for like
still
6
pregnant.
weeks. Like, okay, so it's Trinity. That's like why he was not traveling. Okay, which is fair. I thought it was because he had like 10 DUIs and
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And I do agree
Fatu's been
with
traveling with them. Fatu's
Huh?
been traveling with them, and he's
he's an ex-con.
Yeah, he has a worse record.
Okay, fair. Point valid, but so yeah.
It could be a factor. Like, yeah, it could always be a factor for certain individuals. I understand.
Yeah, we got Chuck Berries. He says, "Are we all rooting for Andrade after the week that Hangman has had on social media? Hangman trying to justify that picture with Marty Scurll has lost him so many fans. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Why would you volunteer to do that interview if you're not gonna take yourself away, distance yourself from Marty Scurll? Don't say, yeah, I know he's a pedophile, but he's always been nice to me. That is ridiculous. That is not good reasoning. Hangman deserves all the heat that he's getting from the company as well as from the fan base right now, especially after that interview. But we're going to touch on what Ricochet had to talk about on social media this week. But I know we don't have Krssi Luv for too long because I know you got to deal with still being a mom. Do you want to hear the top 5 of the BUM15? You can get the whole BUM15. Just go over 15 through 6 first, Josh, and then give her the top 5. We're gonna finish up here.
All right. So, and I'm also gonna do honorable mentions after I say the list I already said. Number 15, I had Road Dogg. I had Road Dogg. She's laughing. Look at that.
Deserving.
Number 14, I had Jake Hager. You know, he lost his wife. You know, she lost his. You know, his wife left him for a CT from the challenge. Number 13. A lot of people did not agree with me at this one. I had Cheeseburger. A lot of people hated that I had him on the list. But guess what? It's my list, so I have him. So number 12, I had Adam Pearce. Number 11, I had Nikita Lyons.
Okay, first of all, Adam Pearce and Nikita Lyons being so far down, they should be a little higher. But you know, it's not my list, it's yours. But go ahead, continue. I agree.
Oh no, believe me, it gets better. It gets better. Believe me, it gets better. There's a reason why. Number 10, I had Finn Balor. I had top 10. I had to leave on top 10.
Damn,
I'm a man of my word.
He could have been 15.
He chose to resign with the company. He chose that for himself. He did it to himself. Number 9, I had Raquel Rodriguez. Number 8, I had Pete Rosenberg.
JJ would appreciate that one.
Oh, especially after. Oh, yeah.
For Raquel, yeah. He would love that one.
Number 8, I had Peter Rosenberg. And number 7, I had Bully Ray. And number 6, I had Zelina Vega.
Okay, we should have Rosenberg at number 1. I think he's like the top of top all corny bums.
No, he should be. He should be. But there's a reason why I have a special place for these 5. There's a reason why. Okay.
But I love the list. I love spot on for the MAGA Lions. Spot on for Liar Pierce. Who else did you have? Why didn't you have Zoe Starks on this list? It's your list, not mine. Just asking, you know.
Oh man, the bums have hacked into Josh. I think he's frozen. I think Josh is frozen. The bums are getting their revenge.
Damn, that sucks. You couldn't even hear what I just said either. That's unfortunate. Oh.
Look at this is like the happiest I've ever seen Josh. Look at his face. He looks so overjoyed.
There he is.
There you go.
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, so
I had to switch out. Yeah, no. I didn't get to hear anything because I had to switch out Wi-Fi real quick. So I was able not to get kicked out, but I was like, oh shit. So honorable mentions I had.
Wait. So what I said to you was spot on with MAGA Lions and Liar Pierce. Road Dogg is great. That's a good spot for him. What I said was, why don't you have Zoe Starks on this list?
Oh, I mean, personally, I forgot that she still had a job, so I forgot. That's it.
And you say I'm the bad one, right?
Why do I do a podcast with these two people that have people?
You're lucky. First of all, you're lucky JJ's not here.
I mean, hey, I just said she forgot. I forgot she worked there. I didn't say I want her fired.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Krssi has said that before. So.
yeah.
That's just I'm gonna say, SP. First of all, you do a podcast show, weekly shows with JJ. Then you do one with what's the name on Wednesday?
Jimmy.
Thursday. You do one with Jimmy. I think they're worse than myself and Josh. We're more tame. Yeah. We're bad. We're not that bad.
We went like 3 weeks of doing cold opens, and then this week Jimmy's dropped like 4 F-bombs in the first minute.
I saw that. Dang. Right, but I mean, they were valid reasons on why they needed to be F-bombs. So some of them,
yes,
just some of it. But okay, let's do the top 5. Let's hear this. I'm ready for this. Okay, number 5.
So I had some honorable mentions before that.
Oh, okay.
I considered certain people, but I didn't add them for reasons. Like I considered Joe Henry, but then I was like, I considered Joe Henry just because of, how his booking was last year. He came on and he was like giant loser. He showed up at Royal Rumble, lost in less than 5 minutes. He got eliminated. TNA World Champion, by the way. Showed up, showed up at WrestleMania. Randy Orton, Legend Killer. Oh, he lost. So it's like, oh well. But
how the hell we made Joe Henry the champ? I don't understand it.
Did you get
NXT?
Which I didn't mind it too much, to be honest with you, on NXT, admittedly. But I mean, Joe Henry's the guy who got himself over, even with this gimmick, with this shtick. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's very true.
He got,
he
got, and I'll tell you this, he got 2 world champions more than a lot of these guys did in any major company.
That's very, you know what? You're right. Both TNA and NXT.
I gotta be honest.
That's saying a lot. That's also, that means that they believe in him for whatever reason
Joe
they do.
Hendry.
They believe in Joe Hendry. So yeah.
Yeah. And I did consider Chris Jericho. I really did, because I did not like a lot of his later year stuff in AEW. I did consider him. However, if he goes back to WWE, that's gonna rejuvenate a lot of things.
Yeah, you have to move numbers around and go from there. But yeah, whatever.
But then also, Jericho.
The bums, man.
The bums are getting down.
They don't want him. They trying to keep him down. The bums are upset with Josh right now. They're like he's trying to get through his honorable mentions. He hasn't even got to the top 5.
He got all dressed up. Like, look at him. He got on a suit and his scarf. Y'all don't appreciate this. This is terrible.
The bums don't appreciate him getting dressed like TDJ, getting dressed like MJF out here in these streets. Yeah, they don't want him to be great, y'all. It's probably Zelina Vega. Zelina Vega knows all these Twitch streamers. Yeah, she knows all the Twitch streamers who can hack into his Wi-Fi and stop him. Look, he looked like he's about to drop some knowledge. Like, he's just like,
right, and he has his hands like all in like a certain way. Yeah,
let's put him on the big screen while we talk.
Can I just say I appreciate Gunther still being a jerk and still coming out to AJ Styles music on Monday. But hopefully will push him in a better spot. Let him be another legend killer and start killing more legends.
There he goes. See, all we got to do is put him on the big screen. We got to put him on the big screen.
Am I back?
And it comes back. Yes,
you're back.
Am I back? Because man, this wind sucks outside too. So it's like all this shit is like, no, they're like, you know what, man, we can't have him release. We can't have him release this top 5. Like certain files they try to hide.
Yeah, but you got to get it off. You got to get it off real quick.
Oh no, I can't do it quick. That's the problem. That's the problem. I gotta tell the people why I had this list, the top 5. I have to. There's an explanation for everything, so I have to. Number 5, right? This person, definitely, in my opinion, is deserving top 5. This person was begging to get his job back, right? He finally got it back, but then he came back to still be a loser. Number 5 goes to Matt Cardona.
I knew it was him.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Rusev. I thought you were gonna put Rusev as number 5.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't heard that name yet. I know that name's coming.
Yep. You already know.
All right.
Okay.
So who's number 4?
So number 4, this person. Some people might disagree with it, and I don't care if they disagree with it or not. Because I've always thought this guy has always been a bum. He was a bum in 2018. I thought he was a bum in 2019. I thought he was a bum in 2020. And then even through 2026 so far, he's still a bum. Right? A lot of people were behind him for some reason. Everyone was like, hey, give him a chance. Get this guy.
Yo,
I told you guys, no, he's gonna be a loser. Okay, and I told you guys he's gonna be a loser.
Who's the person? We didn't hear you.
Oh, yeah, no, I was saying like I was. Oh no, I haven't said the name yet. I was just going along. I was like, hey,
we thought the people was trying to like the
A lot of people wanted me to get behind this guy. Yeah, a lot of people wanted me to get behind this guy. and I never did. And I'm glad I never did because he's such a bum. Number 4 goes to Elijah, aka Elias.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, he's always been on that time, so that makes sense.
Is that fair?
That's fair. That is fair.
That's a good one.
You're staying consistent.
Yeah,
You're staying consistent.
Yeah.
With it. Yo, the weather and the bums are trying to hold Josh back. He's only got through 5
The
and
vortex,
4.
yeah.
5 and 4.
The vortex
and
he's in there.
I told him, I was like, you gotta just get it off. You gotta get it off, get off the names, and then you can explain.
And then you can
later.
explain. Yeah, you gotta do that. Yeah, just say the names first. Poor thing, damn.
Look at him.
They
Look
don't
at
want
him.
him to
He's
be
like
great.
smiling. He's smiling, looking at his own list. There he goes. He's back again. He's back. You gotta just get the names off, bro, and then explain later. You gotta get the names off.
All right. Number 3, easily for me. I had to put this person on the list. Number 3, Ryan Nemeth.
Yes. Well deserving. Well deserving.
The brother, yeah, he definitely is.
The brother, not only he sucks in the ring.
He's always going to be the brother.
He sucks in the ring. He sucks outside the ring. You know, wants to sue a company because he felt like, oh yeah, they fired the other guy because of me. No, you suck. Nobody cares about you. And now you're in a feud. Now you're in a feud with a lady that shouldn't be in. Right? Yeah, that's gonna help your case. Thank you very much. Number two was very special to me. I almost considered number 1. I almost considered him number 1. Easily number 2. Carlos Silva. Easily for me.
For anyone who doesn't know, that is the president of TNA. The president of TNA with his bootleg hat. Yes, Carlos Silva deserves to be up there. He could have been.
Comes out with a fake trucker hat for no fucking reason, and he's on camera. And he shows up as a character.
Okay, well, you were.
Am I back on?
For a minute. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
you're good
going.
now.
Yeah, you're good now.
You're muted now.
Easily,
though.
yeah, easily.
Okay,
he was my.
You're back.
What the? I'm back.
Yeah.
All right. Number 1. I mean, come on, everybody. Easily Rusev. Number 1.
I knew we were gonna hear that. We had to hear the name.
Fucking bum in the fucking industry. The fucking biggest bum in the industry. First, he was in WWE. Everybody got behind you. Rusev Day. Where did that land him? That land him with his wife, with another man on TV, right? Then he gets released, goes to AEW, and he gets some kind of, he gets a significant push. Not bad. He gets a TNT title, but then he feels like he's bigger than the company. Hey, we're gonna put you in the program with Adam Hangman Page. I don't want to lose to him. All right, go to the bench. Right? He gets his paychecks, right? Then he wants to go back to WWE. They're like, you know what? You go back to WWE. You go back. You want to start this Redeemer bullshit again? And then guess what? You got no fucking pop in France. And ever since then, you've been a fucking bum. You lost to Dominic Mysterio. How many times? Like 4 or 5 times? And then the Royal Rumble. What happened to Royal Rumble? Less what? A minute? Even less than that?
Not even
Rusev.
a minute, to be honest.
Yeah, it was like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Easily.
It was really, really bad.
Easily number fucking 1. Easily number fucking 1. I don't care. Anybody argue with me about that? He's a fucking bum. Like, you're not bigger than the company. You're not bigger than anybody. You're exactly where you're gonna be at. And hey, if he wants to beat it, he wants to be a loser. Fine. I'm never gonna accept it. He's a bum. That's it. Like, there's nothing else to say about him.
Very fair. That is
I love
the
that.
perfect.
Yes.
perfect conclusion to the TDJ first edition of the Bum 15. We got a bunch
So
of
are there gonna be more
comments.
bums to add on there? There's gonna be another list soon.
I mean, I don't know
might have to
soon.
get another.
I don't know about soon, but I'll consider it. But like, man, that shit
Okay.
was so much fun coming up with it. Like, I already had my top 5 set for a long time. Like, you know what? I just gotta get another 10 bums. So I mean, it was fun. It was fun, and I stand by my list 100%.
There you go. There you go. I know Power Driver Finisher is very happy to hear that. He's always been on the Wrist of Is a Bum bandwagon. But Krssi Luv, you got to get back to being a mom. You got to take care of your son. Let the people know where they can follow you on social media and when they might see you again.
Thanks, guys. Sorry that I'm not here, but I wanted to at least show my face for a couple of minutes. But you can follow me, Krssi Luv _1, Tru Heel Krssi Luv, and just my plain old name. Thanks again.
We appreciate you, Krssi, and let your son know best wishes. Get well soon. Have a speedy recovery, and all prayers to him.
Yes, I'll keep you guys posted. Thank you, guys. Talk to you later. Bye.
Please do. Bye. All right, let's go back to AEW news coming off the heels of Dynamite and Collision from this past week. One of the big topics of discussion has been Ricochet. Speaking on the Mark Hook show this week, AEW's Ricochet has compared his time on the WWE main roster to being blipped away into another universe. More precisely, the current national champion referenced the Marvel Cinematic Universe's Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame when looking back at his time on the main roster. In those two movies, the villainous Thanos has finally collected all the Infinity Stones, and he uses his newfound abilities to erase half of all life out of existence, including the likes of Spider-Man, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, and Nick Fury. By the time all is said and done with the Avengers Endgame, those blip names were brought back to life after a 5-year absence, partly down to Tony Stark sacrificing himself for the greater good. For Ricochet, he said that his time on the WWE main roster wasn't the real him, and that coming back to AEW and finding that love is like when Tony Stark finally defeated Thanos and all the people came back. That's how I feel. Ricochet finally came back to what he was doing, and I feel like that 5 years was just blipped away. The one and only added, I know how people are going to take this, but I think that the day we got called up to Raw was the worst thing that happened to Ricochet's wrestling career. The 37-year-old believes that his time on the WWE main roster changed the public's image of him, and that those 5 years really tarnished Ricochet's wrestling legacy. And clearly enjoying his time in AEW, Ricochet also said that the Ricochet I am now is the same Ricochet I was on the independent scene and in Japan, and doing the things that got me popular to where I am today. Ricochet signed with WWE in early 2018 and immediately became a breakout attraction on the NXT brand, where he won the North American Championship and teamed with Aleister Black to win the 2019 Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic. He further went online and started trolling a whole bunch of WWE fans, saying that he thinks that WWE has tarnished the legacy of not only himself, but the likes of Finn Balor, Shinsuke Nakamura, and Apollo Crews. It says that WWE has basically crushed the love of a lot of himself and a lot of others, love for and passion for professional wrestling. I say Ricochet should feel how he feels, and Ricochet can bring these people up. I know a lot of people got upset because he brought other people's names into it. He even had a comment where he's clearly trolling somebody, where he said he thinks the legacy of El Generico is greater than the legacy of Sami Zayn. But Ricochet is being honest about how he feels about his career, and honestly, he's just trolling and getting a reaction from all the WWE fans. And a lot of the people that are upset with Ricochet for his comments are people that identity is basically solely on whatever 3 letters they think professional wrestling represents. So these people don't deserve an opinion, in my opinion. Sorry. What do you think about what Ricochet had to say in the interview and then his antics online this week?
You know what he said on an interview, like you said before, he said how he felt. And if that's how he felt with his experience, then I can't argue that. I can't tell him like, oh, you're ungrateful. You got this title, you got that title, or they gave you this moment, they gave you that moment. It don't mean nothing. Like, you can't change how people feel. There's people who who are millionaires who are miserable. You know, it's part of life. People are human. And Ricochet's, he felt like his legacy was almost tarnished by WWE. And in a sense, he's not exactly wrong. Because the way they were using him, they wanted him, and NXT, I felt like, they were doing things with him, but he was never like that guy. And then when he got to the main roster, it was always like, oh, let's use him for like clicks and views because he could do like this move or that move. It was never to showcase who he is. And when it comes to Ricochet, Ricochet is in the same category as like an Amazing Red. These guys were very influenced. They were very heavy influencers when it comes to like the 2010s of wrestling, of what guys wanted to be. These guys were like pillars of that. And people forget that. People forget like people were inspired by Ricochet, and when he signed with WWE, obviously it was a big deal because it was like, oh shit, we're getting, Prince Puma, we're getting Ricochet, he's finally on the big stage. But the way that he feels how he feels. I can't have him change his mind on how he feels with his experience. Everything else, I think, is him trolling. Like, obviously he got a reaction. And Ricochet got what he wanted, and it showed people's true colors while he did that.
Yep. And he always seems to do that. He's very good at just drawing the worst people and getting the worst reaction from them. He is what he is. I respect him for speaking his mind. And, some people had problems with the people that he mentioned. I can't say he's wrong about any that he mentioned. You don't hear anything about Yuha Nation when it comes to Apollo Crews. You don't hear anything about Shinsuke Nakamura being one of the greatest New Japan Pro Wrestling stars of all time. You don't hear anything about the influence, the influential figure that Finn Balor was in creating the Bullet Club, because they've been in WWE, and WWE tries to tarnish your legacy of what happened before, and it's just about what you did in WWE. So he's 100% factual with everything that he said, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about AEW some more, as we had some news coming off the heels of Collision and Dynamite, but it seems that one big matchup that seemed to be teased on Dynamite is going to have to wait a little while. Former AEW World Champion Kenny Omega failed to defeat Andrade El Idolo on Dynamite this week, missing the opportunity to face Hangman Adam Page in a number one contenders matchup at Grand Slam Australia. The winner of that match will contest for the AEW World Title at Revolution. However, the company did tease a future match between Omega and Swerve Strickland after the matchup, with the two getting into a brief brawl after Strickland inadvertently cost the cleaner his matchup against Andrade. However, that match may not take place at Revolution on March 15th. Omega status for the Los Angeles, California event seems to be unclear. In the latest Wrestling Observer Radio, Dave Meltzer reported that Kenny Omega is scheduled to be in Tokyo, Japan for the Capcom Cup 12 event. It will be a 5-day event from March 11th through to the 15th, in which 48 players will play the Street Fighter 6 game for a grand prize of $1 million. The cleaner is also scheduled for a meet and greet on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, though it's not clear if he will remain in the country on Saturday and Sunday. AEW Revolution is scheduled for Sunday, March 15th. It will take place at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, California. I will say, because of the meet and greets being Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I wouldn't be surprised if Omega is still going to be on the card for Revolution, because he is very prevalent in like the advertisements for the event.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be the first time that Omega has done crazy shit like this. And I know like two situations that he did that in New York, where I remember he was working an independent event and he still showed up the next day for a convention. And then Full Gear, when he dropped the title to Hangman Page, there was a giant snowstorm. And then the very next day he still showed up for a big event, and he had the shoulder injury or anything. So he's gonna find a way. If this is the plan, he's gonna find a way. It's definitely gonna be tough though, because Japan and it benefits him. Cali does help, but the fact that it's like Japan, you're coming from Japan and doing that is tough. But he's gonna find a way.
Yeah, I believe in him. You brought it up earlier. MJF and Seth Rollins had an interaction this week. It looks like the WWE superstar and the AEW World Champion aren't worried about crossing the streams. The two wrestlers met up face to face and had a friendly chat this week during Media Day at the Super Bowl LX events. Bleacher Report also revealed a clip of the two together happily chatting on TikTok. Seth Rollins is currently sidelined with the shoulder injury he suffered last year. Meanwhile, MJF was already in San Francisco for Super Bowl week as this week's Dynamite took place in Las Vegas, Nevada. During this week's show, of course, he lost to Brody King, and as a result, MJF will now defend against Brody King next Saturday at Grand Slam, Australia. Meanwhile, someone who's no longer with AEW is the current Royce Keys of WWE. We have a new report in regards to him from the Wrestling Observer newsletter. They issued a correction on the previous reports. The report last week that the offer made to Keys was in line with what Bryan Danielson got to jump to from WWE to AEW, or maybe slightly less. The latest report notes that according to sources, the offer was not that close to what Danielson made, but was still a strong offer. The offer was said to be a 5-year deal with AEW. The belief is that Keys decided to go to WWE some time ago, and that those in WWE had been expecting him to come in for several months. It was also noted that based on the booking, Dave Meltzer doesn't believe that Tony Khan was expecting him to leave. Meltzer was clear that this is based on his belief, based on the booking, Jet Speed being paired up with Hangman Adam Page to win the trios titles from him, and not based on any confirmed word about Tony Khan's mindset. Keys, of course, made his debut with WWE in the Royal Rumble, and WWE was reportedly very happy with how his debut played out. Speaking of someone who hasn't been seen on AEW in a while, Tony Khan addressed some new names in AEW and some names that we haven't seen in a while. Talking to the Battleground podcast, where he discussed the signing of Tommaso Ciampa, as well as the ongoing hiatus for Britt Baker. Just few days after announcing his departure from WWE, Tommaso Ciampa arrived in All Elite Wrestling on Dynamite and then answered Brock Briscoe's open challenge to win the TNT title on Collision last Saturday. Khan commented on Ciampa's acquisition on Battleground, where he said, "When Ciampa became available, I thought that was such an exciting development. He is such a great wrestler. He has a great history in Ring of Honor, and he has never been in AEW. Talk about someone who is a fantastic wrestler. AEW is where the best wrestle, so the top free agents become available. I've always wanted to sign them, whether it's somebody who has never wrestled in AEW before, like Tommaso Ciampa and the new TNT champion after this fantastic match he had with Mark Briscoe. I thought that was just outstanding." During the conversation after talking about Ciampa, the host also asked Khan about former AEW Women's World Champion Britt Baker's prolonged absence from the company. She has not been seen on AEW TV since November 2024. Speaking about Britt, he says, "I really like Britt a lot. I like that there is so many exciting things happening in the women's division. So Britt's somebody I really like and respect a lot. Definitely think that we've evolved with more tag teams and singles wrestling opportunities now across multiple shows. Now that we have 4 hours of TV with Dynamite and Collision, I think there's going to be more and more opportunities. You're seeing I'm signing a lot of more young wrestlers, and Britt's still somebody very highly regarded and respected here in AEW, and I would expect to see Britt back in AEW. I just don't want to say when. It will be a good thing for everybody when Britt's back, and I think it's going to be very, very good in terms of for AEW right now. When you look at how the roster has evolved, there's more and more fresh matchups, and Britt's somebody I would absolutely love to have back in AEW soon." Shit or get off the pot. That's what I gotta say. Shit or get off the pot. I've heard this. I heard this verbiage way too many times from Tony Khan. He's got to shit or get off the pot. Either put Britt on TV or stop talking about her. Say no comment when they ask about her.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, yeah. You know, because even he says no comment, everyone's like, yeah, join the WWE. And it's been feeling like that more and more. But yeah, that situation is kind of over it.
Yeah. I'm over it now. But AEW hasn't been very shy about signing new talent, have they? As AEW hasn't slowed down with their talent acquisition endeavors to start 2026. The company has made a number of pickups recently, most recently adding Tommaso Ciampa. Other acquisitions have been the return of Andrade El Idolo and the signing of the Rascals, Zeta Steel, and tag teams like Alec Price and Jordan Oliver, and Maya World and Hyan. Fightful Select reports that AEW is not done adding to its roster and will be making additions to the women's roster fairly soon. It is not confirmed who will be added. That said, the report notes that per sources, there are a number of talent already signed on who have not yet been announced. And the report specifically noted that the additions to be made to the women's roster, it is not clear if that applies to the men's roster as well. The report goes on to state that the new signings are meant to freshen up the roster as opposed to being a sign of AEW getting more TV time. The company has some turnover in the last year with the Righteous, Matt Taven, Abaddon, Zach Knight, Layla Hirsch, Saraya, Ray Phoenix, Miro, Powerhouse Hobbs, Ricky Starks, Malachi Black, Mercedes Martinez, Mariah May, Alex Abrahantes, and other members of the roster having finished up in one capacity or another. One name that was noted to be heading to AEW is Clark Connors, who recently had a big matchup against Darby Allin on Collision last Saturday. Connors was said to be exploring his options outside of the US after his contract with with NJPW expires. Fightful Select reports that Connors is expected to sign with AEW imminently. The outlet notes confirmed that an offer has been made and on the table that will be finalized soon. Connors appeared on AEW Collision and faced Darby Allin, which he looked strong, but he ultimately lost. After the loss, though, him and Gabe Kidd attacked Darby Allin. Brian Alvarez mentioned on the Wrestling Observer live show that Connors is signed to AEW. Fightful Select also notes that sources in AEW believe that Connors' pending signing also suggests that AEW has an increased interest in David Finlay, who is headed into free agency after his NJPW contract expires. Finlay was reported as having his contract expire soon and was exploring his options outside of NJPW with a particular interest in working in America. It was reported in January that WWE was interested in bringing Finlay into the company and that New Japan was interested in retaining him as a talent. AEW has also been mentioned in recent weeks as a possible destination for the Inspiration. According to Wrestling Observer newsletter, it seems that the Inspiration are on their way to AEW. Jessica McKay and Cassie Lee together are known as the Inspiration. They became free agents after losing the TNA Knockouts Tag Team Championships to the Elegance brand on the January 15th episode of TNA Impact on AMC. That loss immediately fueled speculation about their next move, especially given AEW's recent recruitment of new talent heading into 2026. Meltzer noted that he has heard a lot of talk about them heading to All Elite Wrestling. That said, he also noted that despite a slew of signings, McKay and Lee don't feel like a good fit for the brand. AEW's recent signings have leaned toward international wrestlers and in-ring focused performers. McKay and Lee previously gained wide recognition during their time in WWE as the Iconics. Following their WWE release, they transitioned to TNA, where they captured the Knockouts Tag Team Championships twice and were featured consistently throughout 2025 as well as the beginning of 2026. So Clark Connors makes sense. It makes sense that if you got Clark Connors, you got Gabe Kidd, you would want David Finlay. I thought that was interesting. But yeah, the Inspiration don't seem like a fit for AEW. I don't know what you think.
I would say in ring, it doesn't seem like a good fit because I think the ladies, they're pretty basic in the ring. They don't do anything spectacular in the ring. But I also don't think they're like that bad, but they're not like, oh, all right, let's sign you guys. You only do it for name value. I do think that they do bring some name value when it comes to what they've done, and also, it builds up the women's tag team division. That's kind of what you want. You want more women teams, but it's a matter of what you sign them for and for what. You know what I mean? As far as that, like I'm like, I want to be too crazy like if they signed them, but it's not the end of the world in my opinion. But I do like the Clark Connors signing more. just because like he fits better. Especially the first time he really impressed me when he was in that, what was it, Forbidden Door years ago, where he was kind of like the odd person out, where it was like, why adding Connors, and I really felt like he showed out, like he did. He showcased himself really well. That I was like, oh shit, like if you haven't followed this guy, here you go. So I think that fits better, and then them trying to get the rest of the War Dogs makes sense in that aspect. I still think Finley's going to WWE, just because family's there. But
yeah,
I wouldn't. He's a guy that I would still have like AEW should still attempt to get.
Yeah, I think he fits more with WWE. I think that he could be successful in WWE or AEW. Like I have to wait and see what the inspiration. They could bring something new to the AEW World Tag Team title scene, but they can't be dependent on to put on bangers, and that's what AEW is, the place for the great wrestling, and they don't really fit that model.
Yeah, and it could be one of those things. Maybe it motivates the ladies. You never know, because sometimes we've seen that too, where people have been motivated and they're like, oh shit, like they got the best out of them. But again, I think it's more face value. I think it's more of that than like the in-ring stuff. And I'm like, if you're not really getting that great of an in-ring stuff, I don't know. Like, I don't know outside of that, but we'll see where it goes. And obviously I think they've reached their ceiling of what they were at in TNA. We kind of seen what they did in WWE already. So I mean, like, this is kind of like, all right, maybe this is kind of the next step for them too, just to go to a new company and see where that goes. We'll see.
Very quickly, we got the partner promotion, ROH, which did the MPX Global Wars show. That show featured Deonna Purrazzo, Hyan, and Maya World beating MIT's Athena, Billy Starks, and Diamante in a Fine Trios main event. JD Griffey captured the MPX men's championship with a win over Delane Cavins. Lee Moriarty scored a victory over Exodus Prime in a ROH Pure Championship proving ground. You had Big Bill and Brian Keefe beat Surf and Turf, while Shane Taylor Promotions picked up a win over Demo Diamond, Carl J. Wright, LVJ, and Reza Clark in an 8-person mixed tag team matchup. Red Velvet defeated Vixen in an ROH Women's TV title proving ground, while Abaddon made her return to beat Ray Lynn to retain the MPX Women's Championship. Then last Sunday, you had GCW Orange Cuts presents Super Power Slam, which was basically like an AEW joint show, because a lot of AEW talent on this card. The show featured Jet Speed defeating Joey Janela and Megan Bain, better known as Janelasis, in a very fun main event. You had Jonathan Gresham versus Lee Moriarty, went to a 20-minute time limit draw in a great technical wrestling showcase. Willow Nightingale beat Amara Sade in a battle of AEW versus TNA. Billy Starks picked up a win over Effie to retain the JCW World Championship and move on to the Jersey J Cup. And Atticus Cogar beat Brer Bonson to retain the GCW World Championship. We'll be covering the Jersey J Cup on next week's edition of the Tru Heel Heat flagship podcast. And finally, you had MLW Battle Riot 8. You had the show featured Kushida winning the MLW Middleweight Championship and a win over Templario in a very good opener. Post-match, Kushida turned heel for the first time in over a decade by joining forces with Akira Khan and joining Contra Unit and jumped Templario after the matchup. But in the bigger news, it was Killer Cross, who entered number 1 in the 40-man Battle Riot and outlasted 39 other competitors to win the MLW World Heavyweight Championship. Post-match, Cross cut an emotional promo about his mom coming to see him wrestle for the first time after being told she was cancer-free, in a beautiful moment to close the show. That's up on their YouTube channel right now. If you want to go see it, go check it out. NJPW finished up the road to New Beginning as the show featured United Empire's Jake Lee and Francisco Akira picking up a win over Unbound Company's Yota Tsuji and Taiji Ishimori in the main event of Day 5 last Sunday, while Unbound Company's David Finlay and Hiromu Takahashi got a measure of revenge for them against United Empire's Callum Newman and Jacob Austin Young in a super fun brawl. You had Katsuya Morishima scored a victory over Shomo Kaito in a very good opener to win the Young Lion Cup final. Then you had the NJPW Road to New Beginning Day 6. The show featured Hiroki Goto beating Roye Uyawa in a great main event. You had Zack Sabre Jr. defeated Yoshihashi in a brilliant technical wrestling clinic, while Bolton Oleg picked up a win over Hartley Jackson and an absolute banger hoss fight as well. I think we got our special guest finally at the you gotta give me the thumbs up to tell me you're ready to come on. She finally made it.
Yo, I went out for my dad's birthday last night. There was like 10 of us. I'm sorry. And I saw your message on Twitter. I was like, hi, you know, wrestling is great. Thank you so much, Tru Heel Heat, for having me. You're beautiful. TDJ, you look amazing. Nice. You guys are so nice. Thank you so much for staying online for me. You stayed up all this time. You guys are so kind. I totally don't have on my bedtime robe.
I just want you to show face. You can show face. You don't have to stay long.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. Listen, ain't no days off. I'm sorry. Listen, this is why they don't have me on Grab City. I don't wake up. I be sleep. I have the drool coming down my face. We went to Dallas barbecue. I'm so sorry. Happy Black History Month.
Oh, I haven't been to Dallas barbecue in the longest, man. You're making me miss home. Yeah, you making me miss home. I want the. Did he get the cornbread cornbread birthday cake?
No. So fun fact, BBQ's now has actual cake and macaroni and cheese.
What? They got actual cake now?
Bro, I used to work at BBQ's in like 2008, maybe 2010. So I was there and they were like, the person behind the bar was like, I know you. I'm like, why are you still working? Why are you still here? But now BBQ's has changed. If you've never been to New York, this is a New York staple. Is the food good? Maybe about 5 out of 10. But that's not why you go there.
But yeah.
You go there for the drinks. You're going to spend $12 on one drink. You'd be like, wow, that's so much. But then you're drunk. And then you're drunk for the whole.
Exactly.
Case in point, I had a Hennessy Colada with an extra shot of Hennessy. I'm waking up at 2:18 in the afternoon.
God bless. I'm
here. He told me to be here at 10. And here I am 4 hours later. I'm the person that shows up to work with the Starbucks already late. What the fuck?
My ass was up till like 5:45 in the morning doing your job. I'm sorry. And from what I seen, besides that Cody promo talking about his wiener, it wasn't going on. There was nothing going on. Listen, Cody, that's not why we call you Raheem. But I respect it. Sometimes you gotta lie. Sometimes you gotta lie. You ain't gotta lie to kick it. What are we doing?
Listen, my name is Cresta Starr. Am I a star? No, I'm clearly a black lady. Sometimes you gotta lie. It's
okay to lie. It's okay to lie.
That's not legal advice.
Oh, we love you, Cresta. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Again, I cannot apologize. I'm here. Happy Black History Month. I'm here.
Well, you joined you joined us at the end. We were finishing up with New Japan and CMLL. I'm just laughing because you're hilarious.
I'm sorry.
We had some big news from New Japan this week as Hiromu Takahashi is exiting the company. He is exiting New Japan Pro Wrestling. His final show is going to be next Wednesday, February 11th for the New Beginning in Osaka. NJPW revealed in a statement on Monday that the former multi-time IWGP Junior Heavyweight Champion will be leaving the promotion following the New Beginning in Osaka. His final matchup will be him and Taiji Ishimori teaming to verse Jacob Austin Young and Francisco Akira of United Empire. He also talked to Tokyo Sports this week, addressing his recently announced exit. He said, "I want to deny the idea that I'm leaving because I'm dissatisfied with New Japan. I think it's natural for any working adult to have dissatisfaction with their company. That's precisely why I don't want people to think I left for such a simple reason. I'm leaving with ambition, and it's super positive departure." On finishing his New Japan career without regrets, he says, "It really hit me how much I was loved. I knew it, I was aware, but it made me realize just how much I was cherished. Honestly, it makes me happy. My dream hasn't changed. As a junior, I want to hold the IWGP Heavyweight Championship and compete in primetime. Plus, another huge dream has taken root inside me. Wanting to achieve that is huge. It's a well thought out decision, but I thought that if I didn't act now, if I didn't move now, I ended up regretting it 10 or 20 years down the line. Then acting now would let me finish my life without regrets. That's why I made this decision." On Shinsuke Nakamura and Kazuchika Okada also leaving New Japan at 36. He says the age of 36 when Okada-san and Nakamura-san left was something that really stuck with me. I wonder if 36 was kind of a line for taking on new challenges. Like I said, he'll be at the New Beginning in Osaka event, which is next Wednesday. We'll be doing final predictions for that at the end of the show. He's been a part of New Japan since 2010 and has risen to become one of the Japanese promotion's most popular stars and one of the greatest junior heavyweights of all time. He has won the IWGP Tag Team Championships, 5 reigns with the Junior Heavyweight Championship. He's a co-reign of the Never Openweight 6-Man Tag Team Championships, and he's a 4-time winner of the Best of Super Juniors tournament and won the 2024 World Tag League with Tetsuya Naito. So Hiromu, what a legacy that he's had, a great legacy in New Japan. I'm going to miss Daryl, though. Daryl the cat is going to be the most missed for me. What do you think, Josh, about Hiromu leaving New Japan?
It was a little surprising. I thought he was a guy that would stay, but kind of starting to see this trend of a lot of New Japan guys leaving. We had recently Evil leave, and he's probably going to WWE. And Takahashi is an interesting choice because I think the first rumor I did hear was WWE too, but
that was an unsourced rumor, because especially when you look at his comments, he wants to be a junior heavyweight still, so he's not going to be a junior heavyweight.
Unethically sourced comments.
Yeah, which I was just like, when I saw that, I was just like, come on, like, why? Who's engaging in this? But he's somebody that he has multiple options more than like Evil, I would say. So that's, I mean, he could really go.
Oh, did he get froze? I think he got froze.
I think he's in the time warp.
He did the BUM15 today. So a bunch of bums have been trying to hack into his Wi-Fi throughout the episode. This is his own fault.
Damn,
he put your girl Selena Vega in the BUM15. So maybe it's you.
You know, that's why I actually came on here. I'm glad you brought that up. Great segue. Now that you brought that up.
Let's address it. Let's address it while he can't talk. Go ahead.
In the room. Selena Vega's the greatest of all time. You guys just haven't caught on yet. And you can't be mad at a girl who don't get no camera time. Not everyone's funny like Chelsea Green, okay? Some of us are dead ass. Not everyone's a clown. Hong Kong, okay? Not everyone's a clown. I need y'all to know that when I do Resvestigation for Hispanic Heritage Month, that's a ploy to do it on Selena Vega. So
I respect it. I respect that you always stand pat in your love for Selena Vega.
Listen, everyone has that one character that they like, right? When she told Caleb Braxton, I may be shorter than you, but you're beneath me, I was like, yo, you got it. I was told ever since then. How do you say something like that with confidence? Yo, you got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. I will always be a stan. Not a creepy stan like a Barb, but like, I might throw coffee in someone's face.
Fair enough. That is fair. Well, finally, for what we missed, you had CMLL this week. They had plenty of shows. They always do. They had CMLL last Saturday in Arena Casino. The show featured Claudio Castagnoli scoring a victory over Angel D'Ora, Euphoria, and Barbaro Cavanario in a rock-solid four-way main event. MXM TV picked up a trios win over Galenio Fantasma. You had CMLL Mortis Popularis on Tuesday, which had Flip Gordon win the 12-man Reinas del Air Torre Cerbonerico main event. You had Mystico and Chelwa beat Ervanorio and Definto in a fun tag team matchup. And then CMLL Super Venice last night, you had Erverno, Barbarario, Cavanario, and Hechicero defeating Flip Gordon, Neon, and Templario in the 2 out of 3 falls trios matchup. Los Hermanos Chavez picked up a win over MXM Collection to retain the NJPW Strong Openweight Tag Team Championships, while Soberano Jr. beat Johnny TV in a grudge match between the two men after he took his mask last week. So good stuff with some AEW ROH talent on there. But we've made it to usually Krssi Luv's favorite time of the show, but we can hear from Cresta. What was your best, worst moment and match of the week? This is where we give the best of the best from this past week. Who do you think had the best week? Who do you think had the worst week? Who do you think had the best moment? And what was your match of the week? For me, I'll go with the best being Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns had the best week because he put his dick on the table. He said, fuck your creative Triple H. And then he won the Royal Rumble in response. Hilarious. And then he just buried all of SmackDown on Monday as well. So Roman Reigns has to have the best week ever. And Cody Rhodes and Drew McIntyre had the worst week ever because they both look like they got their balls stolen by CM Punk and Roman Reigns. So they're my worst of the week.
Not the balls.
What about what about you,
no.
Krista? Who had the best week and who had the worst week for you in wrestling?
Honestly, the best week goes to them AEW fans because y'all said with your whole chest, fuck ice, fuck ice, fuck ice. I had the best reaction from MJF, who was like, honestly, and then you getting squashed by Brody. That was my best moment of the week, wrestling match of the week, because it wasn't no match. It was the sequence of events. The fuck ice, Brody hulking up, and they're going like, well, excuse the fuck out of me, and they're getting squashed. That was fantastic. Who had the worst week though? Yo, I don't got no sympathy for Triple H, but Triple H is having the worst week. Yeah, your main star shat on you, and he won the Royal Rumble. He knew he was winning the Royal Rumble. Yeah, the guy that you're trying to put over in his place is getting shit on by the guy who left the company probably because of you, Hunter, who now has to say legally we squashed the beat for registration purposes. So I'm going to go ahead and say that Hunter Hearns Helmsley is having the worst week because everywhere he looks, someone's like, yo, fuck that guy. The fans is saying fuck that guy. Your workers is saying fuck that guy. People, yo, Roman Reigns got on the Pat McAfee show and said, yo, our creative sucks.
But I'm gonna win. I'm here to help.
I mean, it's Roman Reigns. Once I saw the way that Roman Reigns became the tribal chief by always having another Usos, there's nothing he can't do. And to be fair, you deserve that, Roman. They put dog food on you, Roman. They had you say you're suffering succotash. This is your comeuppance. You deserve this. That being said, Triple H, they beating your ass in the comments. I don't know. They beat you up in the comments. So Triple H had the worst week. AEW had the best moment, the best week. And as far as the rest of having a good week, I don't know. I'm just going back to AEW because WWE, Cody Rhodes was talking about his meat on SmackDown. That's where we're at. Cody Rhodes talking about, let me tell you why they call me Raheem. That's not why we call you Raheem. We say you're allowed at the cookout. We make jokes. Listen,
no, it's not even that. It's his bad I saved racism promo from 2021, and now it's just become a joke that they don't even know
That's
what remember
true.
the source was.
He was like, I'm gonna show you what our forefathers did to Anthony Ogogo. We were all like, yo, what are you doing? What are you doing? I forgot. You're right. I forgot about that. I thought it's because he was down. No, it was a meme that became dead ass. You're right. You're right. Yo, give me your cookout card. Actually, now that I think about it, give me that shit back. You can wait in the car. Matter of fact, we got to interview Brandy before you can even be allowed. I'm sorry. And we're going to have to ask Brandy about to see why, if that's Raheem. But I don't think Raheem.
Yeah.
Let me get my.
I do. Sajo's right. I do have to add a Hangman to the worst of the week because you can't defend being friends with a pedophile. Sorry.
Yeah. You know what? He should have just said nothing. He should have just said nothing.
Don't ask for the interview. He asked for the interview and then said that shit. Jesus Christ, what were you thinking? You're an idiot.
I'm gonna say this last thing before I shut up. And listen, I can't imagine, having someone be your friend from the rooter to the tutor, and then a bunch of these weird allegations pop up. I don't know if Marty Scurll was charged, arrested, or whatever it is. I cannot imagine being in that situation. However, big comma, unless it's a family member that you're really like, you don't see me in public. I could be your friend on the low, maybe, yeah. Only if you never went to jail. Only if you never. Hell, I don't want that on me, Ricky Bobby. I know he's talking about kayfabe. Hey, man, you should have said nothing.
Should have zipped it up. Be like, you know what? I'm not gonna say nothing. I don't need to talk about this. Hangman got to be on the worst.
You don't always got to defend your friend.
I do agree with you. Moment of the week is fuck ice. Fuck ice on AEW. That was the moment of the week. Josh, what was your best, worst, and moment of the week?
Best of the week, Roman and Tommaso Ciampa. Worst, Drew, Cody, and Hangman, unfortunately. And the moment of the week, I do agree. Fuck ice. Like the crowd chant and then everything that just came together for the match itself was perfect.
I only got 10 this week for match of the week, Josh. I'm proud of myself. I'm breaking it down. I'm only giving 10 this week. I usually give like 20, Cresta. But number 10, I went with Gresham versus Moriarty from GCW. That was a great match, great comeback for Gresham. Darby Allin versus Clark Connors from Collision last Saturday. I got a number 9.
Match. That was a mauling. Clark Connors beat that boy's ass. I wanted to call the police.
Every minute. I loved every minute of it. Number 8, I gave to Finlay and Hiromu versus Callum Newman and JAY from NJPW. Number 7, I went with the 7-way ladder match from NXT with Joe Hendry winning. Number 6, I went with Goto and Oiwa from New Japan. Number 5, I went with Bolton Oleg versus Hartley Jackson from New Japan. Number 4 was ZSJ and Yoshihashi from New Japan. And then number 3, I went with Gunther versus AJ Styles from the Royal Rumble. Excellent matchup there. Number 2, I went with Andrade versus Omega from Dynamite. And number 1, Ciampa and Briscoe from Collision last Saturday. What was your match of the week, Cresta? You can give us one. You don't have to give us a whole list.
I think I gave it to you. I think the ice. Listen, I like MJF, but MJF is becoming. I want to see you get squashed every week. I want to see you get squashed.
That's your match of the week, Brody and MJF.
Like the whole setup was iconic because everything went out. It was great from beginning to end. From Brody just sitting there, I don't care. It's no time for games. The fuck ice chance to MJF going like, well, I do declare, to literally dying within 30 seconds. That was peak sports entertainment. Yes, I could say Briscoe and Ciampa. Fantastic. Not for nothing, I expect that out of the both of you. It's like if someone says, yo, does TNA really wrestle? When you put people like Josh Alexander and Jordan Grace at the top, of course they're going to wrestle. I'm not worried about that. I got to say, sometimes wrestling is sports entertainment. I didn't want to see AJ retire. So, Gunther.
That's fair.
So, I'm going to still say Brody King versus MJF, even though it was like, what, a 2-minute match? Everything leading up to it was
perfection. I agree. That's a good one. Josh, what about you? What's your match of the week or matches of the week? Uh-oh. Did he get frozen again? I swear, these bums don't want him to be great this week. These bums are coming after him.
My Zelina Vega armies. The
Zelina Vega Hex. He looks so stern too. He looks so serious.
Very
There he goes. He's back.
Oh my god. Yeah, man, it's this freaking thing outside. Like, but
All right. So what we're gonna do that post show with the making of BUM15 next week when you don't have all these issues. We'll do that next
That's
week after
perfect.
next week's show. Plus we've gone like 30 minutes over the time we were supposed to go because Cresta came late. But we'll finish things up with our predictions for the New Beginning in Osaka, which is this coming Wednesday in Osaka Joe Hall. Oh no, in Ideon Arena. We'll go through really quick. We'll only give predictions for the final couple of matches. You got the kickoff matchup is going to be Toge Makabe and Toriyanu versus Shomo Kaito and Katsuya Morishima. We got Hiromu Takahashi's final matchup as he teams with Taiji Ishimori to versus United Empire. We got United Empire's Hanare and Great Okan versus the War Dragons for the never openweight 6-man tag team championships. Is Bishamonten versus TMDK. That should be great. First match we'll give predictions for Gabe Kidd versus Andrade El Idolo to determine the number one contender for the Global Heavyweight Championship. Cresta, who you got?
I'm with Andrade because I don't like the way Gabe Kidd be talking in the camera. Oh, his when he did the Darby Allin thing, I was like, "Are you okay?" It doesn't sound like you want to beat him up. It sounds like you want to beat him off. So I'm going with Andrade. I don't like the way Gabe Kidd talks. Him and Clark Connors are very creepy to me. I don't like the way he talks. So I'm going. They
did commit a crime on Wednesday. So that's fair.
Who doesn't commit crimes on AEW? I seen a man die on AEW. The crimes are the least of their worries.
Josh, who you got?
I got Andrade.
Then we got David Finlay in potentially his last big matchup with the company. He's going one-on-one with Callum Newman. I got Andrade in the previous matchup with y'all. I'm going with Callum Newman in this one. Josh, who you got?
I'm going with Newman.
Who you got, Cresta?
I don't know these men, so I'm gonna pick who y'all pick. Newman. Come on, Newman.
We got Aaron Wolf versus Ren Narita. No one likes House of Torture, so I'm not even going to ask y'all for your predictions. Everyone's going for Aaron Wolf. Then we got for the IWGP Tag Team Championships is going to be the Knockout Brothers versus Shoto Umino and Yuya Uemura. I'm going with Uemura and Shooter to pick up the victory here, even though I love the Knockout Brothers. Josh, who you got?
Hiromu and Shooter.
Who you got, Cresta?
Clap, clap, clap. Joya. Yuya will always have my vote. No matter what he's doing. I don't give a fuck if he's jobbing. He will always have my vote. So Yuya, you're winning. If you're not, I still believe.
Hey, we all going with Yuya here. Yes, Yuya's got to win his first big title in New Japan. And then finally, for the IWGP Heavyweight Championship is Yota Tsuji defending against Jake Lee. Who you got, Josh?
Of course, the champion.
Yeah, I'm going with Tsuji to retain. Cresta, you agree?
Hold on, I'm cursing someone out in your chat. I don't know any of these men either. So I'm gonna go with the guy with the hat. I like his hat.
Perfect. That's who we're going with as well. The guy in the hat.
Oh, I got the hat. Listen, sometimes you got to start off real small. That's how I started off. I didn't know who Nia Jax was when I first started watching wrestling. I was like, who is this big bitch? I want to know. So sometimes you just gotta go with what you see, what you like. So Mr. with the hat, you got it. That's how I started liking Zack Sabre Jr. I was like, he literally looks like if you drew an American.
If you drew an American.
While simultaneously not being American, you know? Zack Sabre Jr. literally looks like if they said draw an American man, you would draw Zack Sabre Jr.
And he's from the UK. He's British. He's definitely British.
Okay, but he looks like Guile with a haircut. Okay, they miscast that. Cody being Guile is wrong. It should be Zack Sabre. I don't know if he could do an American accent. God damn it.
Oh, this is why I love having Cresta on. Thank you, Cresta, for joining us this week. We appreciate you so much. Let the people know where they can follow you on social media and when they will see you again for tonight's Collision post show or anything else you got going on. The floor is yours.
I want to say shout outs to Tru Heel Heat. I'm so sorry to SP3 again. He talked about this in the middle of the week and I showed up late anyway. But you know, it's Black History Month and you can't rush perfection, so I'm going to go with that. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cresta Starr. Thank you so much for having me. I do Investigations once every month. I'm going to try to get out this Black History Month sooner than later. The working title right now is The Many Lies of Our Truth. It might change. We don't know because I'm a fraud. I'll be on Fightful tonight for the post show with Collision. I won't look as disheveled like I just got out of bed because I literally did. And I'm trying to think of what else. Follow me on all forms of social media. It's at Cresta Starr. I just got my old Twitter back, so it's just going to be Cresta Starr. If you see Cresta the Star, that's my shit posting account. I love that we can swear on Tru Heel Heat because that's what real heels do. Support Tru Heel Heat. Support Cresta Starr. And your butt looks nice. Hope you find $20 on the floor. Thank you for the floor.
Always the best outros in the game, Cresta. Josh, the floor is yours. Let the people know where they can follow you, sir.
You can follow me, JMPunk321 on X and Instagram. And I'll be back next weekend for the next podcast episode.
Yes, and we will do the post show with the behind the scenes of the BUM15 after Tru Heel Heat 368. So don't worry, guys. We had to put it on hold because Josh got some weather issues over there. But I will be back with y'all on Tuesday for a Rated Raw review, reviewing Monday Night Raw as per usual with Top Guy JJ. Thank you so much to Krssi Luv who showed up from the ER. Shouts out to her son. Hope he's doing well. Hope he recovers. Yeah, he had a karate accident. He's in the hospital. So Krssi Luv had to join us from the ER. So yes, don't worry. It was a crazy day, a crazy episode, as per usual with the Tru Heel Heat flagship podcast. You can follow me on the Twitter machine at Tru Heel SP3. You can follow the gang, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok at Tru Heel Heat. Patreon.com/Tru Heel Heat. $3 a month gets you exclusive content. The best way to support us when we are not live here. And of course, we will be back next Saturday with another edition of the flagship podcast. For Cresta Starr, for Miss Krssi Luv, for the Tru Draw Josh or TDJ, it is me, your Tru Heel Phenom SP3. This has been Tru Heel Heat 367, Tribal Best Chief in the World. We are signing off until next time.